Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades. Well, Mike is too far away. And there we go. There we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to Snakecasting. Hope you had a lovely weekend. I spent the weekend, unlike Klaas Jager, I unfortunately did not find myself hungover, though that I did have a few beers. It was a good time. Hope you all had a good time and are well rested for the coming week. And now you are ready to get into the hype. Some Dota 2 going to be continuing this week. We're back in China. This time around, we've got Vici Gaming taking on IG. IG currently major champions, a team that should be taking everyone in China by storm, but Team Asta has been the team that's been doing that. IG looking decent, but not nearly as strong as they did at the major. So let's see if they can regain some of that form, as well as the form that they found towards the latter half of Season 1 of DPC. Let's start with Vici Gaming in a similar place as where they were before, just before the major, in the sense that they're just good. Not amazing. They're very good. Top 3 in China, definitely. But for Vici, that's not good enough. For Vici, that's not good enough. You need to be top 1. There's a point where this team, I don't know, they haven't really been able to rediscover some of their old form. We'll see if they can find it here today. Let's go. Let's see what we got. 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 So, Vici Gaming playing here on a dire side. They went for the Elder Titan Snapfire, opening 2 to respond to the first pick LC. Note my words, this LC is going to be quite a contested hero in this particular series. Just because both of the offlaners from the two teams really like playing LC. Old 11 is a god on that hero. Obviously, one of the things that we've seen so often come out from JT is godlike performances on this LC. Of course, now that he's playing LC, I imagine that Old 11 will most likely play like some Mars or Centaur. It'll depend on what Vici Gaming want to do, right? If they'll pick Mars, if the idea is, okay, we already have Elder Titan, we already have Snapfire, let's get some damage into the fight, get some counter initiation for ourselves, and make sure that even if they jump into us with dual Mystic Fair because they have the Scarlet Mage, that's the combo that IG are going for. We then immediately counter initiate with Mars Snapfire ult. In fact, one of the things about the Snapfire is that even in this situation, you don't necessarily need a hero that's going to buy you as much space as a Mars will, for example, to get out the gobs of fire from the Morty's kisses. Because just given the duel, just wait until you see where the duel is. Provided you can keep a hero alive long enough for more kisses to come out and do damage. Because reliably when IG lays down the duel, they're going to be following it up with the Scarlet Mage ult, which kills you so fast that maybe only one glob comes out from the Snapfire, not enough to really turn the team fight. It'll really depend on if they can get a hero that can keep you alive during that duel. So then that's where they might introduce the Centaur, right? Saying to themselves, okay, we're not going to be able to counter-initiate in time, or even if we counter-initiate, we're always going to be fighting a battle 4v5 because we'll lose one hero at the start every time. Let's pick Centaur. We can get the game to a point perhaps where we can pick up an Aghanim Scepter on this hero, we can buy us a Pipe, we can buy us a Crimson Guard, all these extra survivability and tanky items, not just to help the target survive the burst from the LC Scarlet Mage, but also to make sure that we can turn the fight, because you buy so much time that you'll always be able to throw out more and more Morty's kisses in that situation. We'll see if that is the rationale that they're gonna go for here. Second phase, Vici banned Storm, Puck, Faceless Void, IG remove the Wraith King, the Tiny, and the Luna. Yo, I mean, I know we keep seeing this hero lose, but I promise you this hero can win games. Like, it's possible, I promise. I promise. I promise. This hero can win Dota 2, I promise, guys. Oh, man. Vici, though, with the Spectre pick, this is a fantastic hero for this game. Right now, of the offlaners that are in the game that terrify Spectre, Legion Commander does not count herself amongst that list of a lucky few. Erstwhile Scarlet Mage, you know, it can be decent because the silence can be very nice and it's bonus damage in the middle of the team fight. However, Spectres are reliably rushing Blade Mail right now. So as soon as you get yourself into position with Scarlet Mage thinking you're gonna go for a sick out, guess what? Blade Mail comes through. Then it's pretty awful. They still don't have much lockdown on the side of Vici Gaming. They're gonna be very reliant on this Elder Titan from PYW to be able to reliably get off some really big Echo Stomps. To be fair, we've been seeing some incredible performances from ETs across the world, but in particular in China. I mean, the last game we saw here in the AI League from Elephant, That red panda ET was, yo, that was amazing. Yeah, Genre, you're right. Yeah, they also ended up losing yesterday to LGD. And it didn't even look close. Didn't look close. IG go for this Baron pick now to fulfill the 5 position for Ollie. Very strong lane, no matter what they end up doing with it. Both their lanes are quite powerful right now. LC with the Skywrath Mage on the one side. Other side of the map will be like maybe some Baron Jug, a Baron Troll. A Baron Troll actually sounds quite nice. It depends on what the offlaner is. But one of the nice things about picking up Baron in this situation is that even if you don't know what the opponent's offlane hero is going to be, you have a hero that 9 times out of 10 is going to be able to reliably help in that lane, either with zoning out the enemy offlaner or preventing them from being able to kill the carry in the lane. So it is definitely a pick you grab yourself when you lack information. And right now they do not know what Old 11 is going to be playing. In my opinion, for Vici Gaming, Old 11, this team, it's not just Vici, honestly. Old 11, no matter where he's been across the years, if you're on an Old 11 team, you know you're on an Old 11 team because your team is going to live and die by this guy. If he's having a great game, you're probably going to win the game. If you're having a kind of bad game, Old 11 might give you a play that'll win you the game. If you're having the best game of your life and it's a 99% win percentage, Old 11 might throw you the game. You just never know. So the performance he has, the hero he grabs for himself is very vital towards the fortunes of Vici. And they go for the slaughter here. So initiation for the fight, some negative armor, a brawling style hero can just be consistently up in the opponent's faces. I also like the slaughter pick in the context of playing into an Abaddon lane. He doesn't know specifically that Abaddon's going to be laned against him, but if that is going to be the case, you want to have the option of a hero that can still fight and contest in that lane. Because Abaddon, you generally don't level up Curse of Avernus, at least until level 2, sometimes level 3. Slaughter, you're probably going to have Bash level 1 or 2, so you can trade much more effectively with the Abaddon. You buy more stat items faster. We've seen these Slaughters rushing the Braces, for example. So that means you're almost always going to have the attack speed advantage as well over the Abaddon. You don't do anything in this lane though. I like this. Picking up a range carry when you already have the Abaddon, you're playing into Slaughter. Now that you have this range carry in the Morph lane, you know what the lane is going to be from the side of Vici Gaming. No matter whether it's Slaughter Snapfire, which is the most likely duo in my opinion, or if it's Slaughter Elder Titan, either way, Abaddon is going to be able to effectively deal with the harass from that lane while you can farm without putting you into any kind of kill situation. Like this Morphling doesn't die in this game, honestly. It's so difficult to actually kill him. Before they get Blink Dagger on Slaughter, how do you get to the Morphling to bring this hero down? Hell, they can't even pick Puck or Storm either, which would have been really great to allow them to pick some kind of hero that can help them with the control and lockdown of the Morphling. I kind of feel like now you're locked into picking like some DK. Void Spirits really tumbles down the picking order, but I wouldn't mind seeing it here today. Just to be able to get some further kind of lockdown onto this Morph. Because they really have nothing right now. And I'm really worried about their damage against the Morph under these circumstances. I can imagine Poyoyo building up into like the Manta Diffusal on the Spectre after getting the Blade Mail to ensure that they have that follow-up damage. But before that point, it really does feel like IG is effectively going to be able to just run around Vici Gaming. And Vici can't really do all that much about it. That being said, they also don't have that many hard stuns either. They have what? Slows from Skywrath Mage, and they have the Duel from LC. But it does feel like these mid heroes have to do the lion's share of the work in terms of lockdown. I think it's a little bit harder for Vici because for IG, this signature combo, which is dual Mystic Flare, doesn't need much more than a single Blink Dagger on the LC, and it's a huge amount of damage on a single target. Hell, Skywrath Mage can just buy a Rod of Atos, and then you have that additional lockdown Mystic Flare combo by yourself, then you can duel a different target as the LC for JT. But at the same time, we still do desperately need a mid hero who can sort of bring these opposing heroes to heal. For IG, I'd be happy with just a hero that allows Morphling to have freedom. Because this is looking to me like it can be a very free Morph game. Despite having to play into ET, It's one of these things where, yo, if you ever get caught as Morph though, Jesus Christ, you just melt. You get Slaughter, Corrosive Hazed, Spec jumps on top of you, and there's an ET nearby. My god. It's gonna evaporate, mate. And oh, IG, all right, this is, oh yo, I'm actually really impressed with this last pick. So we were talking just now about heroes that they need to be able to pick up, right? OD, that's interesting. The reason I was clapping right now for IG, right, is because Super, Small as Super, the coach of IG, he recognizes the same thing that we were seeing, that okay, Vici has a lot of lockdown problems, but in particular, beyond just lockdown problems, they have tempo problems. The lineup doesn't really play, it plays at, basically it's locked behind the pace of the Slaughter right now. We needed to, Vici that is, needed to pick up another hero that could give them some additional tempo, but crucially, tempo plus a little bit of control, which they're desperately lacking at this point in time. Picking the Void Spirit not only gives you that, gives you a way to reach into the back part of the fight, gives you some additional damage, it gives you some silences, but crucially, it gives you a hero that you would love to play with Slaughter and with Snapfire in this kind of game. But they take it away themselves for IG because they're like, it's not that bad for us. They can turn this into a really good combination. Now they have even more ways of control around the fight. All right, I can live with this. This last pick OD, Ori OD in the mid lane versus Morph Void Spirit and a bad. I mean, it can actually be a decent OD game. To be fair. You get rid of the Astral. You don't worry about Mystic Flare. You're a hero that's gonna buy the Meteor Hammer, so that's a little bit of extra control for you and the team. You also generally tend to find yourself in situations where, you know, being able to take away Morphling's mana right now, ever since the change, is even more important than it used to be. So being able to have a say in that in the fight will also be quite useful. Okay, so this will be interesting. But ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, here we go. We're doing it. The game is starting. Let us see whether or not this goes the direction that we think it will. Personally, I am of the opinion that this one probably, if I'm looking at the draft, let's think. For just looking at the draft, not taking into account the performances of the teams over the last couple of days and how things have been going for them. LC's gonna have a roughish game against Slaughter OD and the ET as well. Morphling's playing into ET, Slaughter, Spectre. I like Vici. Yeah, I prefer this Vici draft. I think it's hard to play. It's not an easy draft to play by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that it's the kind of draft that's right up Vici's alley, if that makes sense. Sometimes you see these teams playing a draft that is complicated, but when you think about the team playing that complicated strategy, you're like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. This kind of reminds me about how, so I'm sure some of you have been seeing, for example, you know, last night we were also Na'Vi playing with Offlane Broodmother. I don't think Na'Vi is the kind of team, just the way Na'Vi is, right? The way the team in general has been playing before the addition of Ramses, you can tell that they only are able to pick heroes like Brood or whatever to satiate Ramses. But for example, a team like Na'Vi can't play a Brood offlane, right? That kind of strat won't work for them. But a team like EG, for example, they could pick Brood offlane and like Medusa mid. OG can play Medusa mid, Juggernaut safe lane, and it just goes amazingly well. There's just certain teams where it can work, even if there's a, on paper, lack of certain elements to make the draft successful. And for Vici, Poyo, Spectre, incredible. DY. I'm actually putting DY on the ET in this game. And then PYW will play the Snapfire. Alright. We'll see how that all ends up working out for him. Yeah, I like Vici. I like Vici. I'm good with Vici. So here we go. Game will start. contestation around the bounties here go very well in Vici's favor. They're going to be able to pick up 3 in the grand scheme of things. DY is not even going to die for this. Alright, mate. Life is good. And plus, because they were in that situation, they did go the first point overwhelming odds for the LC. Alright, cool. Vici off to a really great start here. In the mid lane, Emo versus Ori. This is a lane. We saw this sometimes in the previous patch, not as often as you would imagine. Generally speaking, the OD was able to come out the gate with a pretty good advantage in this lane scenario. But I often saw ODs being the first one to die, given that it only takes like 1 rotation. I can imagine like a Skyreth mage popping up and then they just kill OD with the slow. But for the most part, I'm expecting the early CS to go the way of the OD, and then once we get points into Resonant Pulse, especially the 3rd level, maybe that starts to change, but OD should have a good time. Here down bottom, Fly on his signature Morphling. Only on the Abaddon to back him up. So Fly is simultaneously one of the best and one of the worst Morphling players, not just in China, but in the world. Did we just see DY running down JT with the briefcase up top? Yeah, we did. That was hilarious. That was awesome. Alright, DY doing the right thing. That is going to prove to be very problematic for the LC, because that lane is supposed to be a lot more powerful than it looks. Having the LC Skyreth Mage there should represent permanent and constant harass, lots of uptime for the LC in terms of sustain, and just a lot of annoying damage for the Spectre. However, when there's an Elder Titan that's not afraid to just walk in your face and hit you, who's got like 300,000 armor or something, becomes very difficult. We see other side of the map, Fly taking some damage from Old 11 here on the Slaughter, but it's not going to be enough to actually put him into kill threshold. In fact, it's PYW who's in trouble. Look at the traitorous creeps. They did too much damage. He almost fell down. PYW though, managing to get behind and close to the tier 1 for the bonus armor. Old 11 also helped out by blocking him out, preventing him from being able to close that gap. And does Emo have his bottle coming out soon? I imagine so. Top lane, Echo Stomp comes out, does catch on to 2. Do they want to try and throw out the damage onto Kaka? Indeed, that is exactly what they want. DY with the briefcase hits and some damage from the Spectral Dagger. Not enough to actually really threaten the life of Kaka there, but enough to bother him. He's not happy about the situation right now. He's like, man, this is supposed to be us harassing these guys. Come on, man, this is unfair. But this early game is going really well for the side of Vici Gaming. Bottom lane, Old 11 has been able to really harass Fly. At this early portion of the game, Morphling can't really contest against the Slaughter, because Slaughter, you know, is building... Actually, not even going to build Bracer, just went straight double gauntlets. But having Bash of the Deep, this lane sucks. You can't play this as the Morph if he comes close into your face like this, because it just does so much damage. Look at this. And if you want to have yourself in a farm-friendly scenario, you have to be in high agi, as you are at the moment. But it also means it becomes very difficult to try and contest directly into the Slaughter, because then there's kill threat, and you can't afford to die in this game as the Morphling. This early game definitely going quite well for Vici. DY might lose his life, but they're also too low on the side of IG to keep the chase up. So even though they would throw out the very nice bolt there from the Skyreth Mage, not enough damage to actually get the kill. This early game, at the moment, just something that Vici Gaming will relish and savor and be very happy with, especially considering that they're the team that has the Spectre. So, I mean, IG also has Morphling. Morphling not necessarily the most active hero in the game, so you're not expecting this hero to show up like 15 minutes in, participating in all the big fights. A lot of times, oh, bottom, speaking of said Morphling, he's in a bit of danger here, but does manage to get off some strength morph, gets bashed up. He's taking a lot of... Yo, dude, be careful. The Slaughter lane is no joke. Top lane. JT, man, this... Oh, DY has been such a pest and a nuisance. And the thing is, whenever you're positioned this far forward as the Elder Titan, Kaka, despite wanting to, right, he wants to only be throwing out all of his spells at the Spectre, ensuring that the Spec is the one that's feeling under pressure. However, given the hero in question that's here in DY, you can't actually afford to only reserve the spells for the Spectre. You have to at times throw them out just to make sure DY doesn't close the gap onto the LC and start doing damage out onto him. We see in the middle lane that OG is at the moment doing quite well in terms of net worth. CS though, as these levels have started to accrue for Emo, has definitely been catching up. He only went to 2 points into the Resonant Pulse, but did go 2 points to Assimilate as well. So there is more than one tool for him here in this mid lane. We'll be cracking level 7 not too long from now, so we have to start thinking about what lanes make sense for him to rotate into. Ideally, he would love to find himself participating in the first dual kill of the game, but that's not going to be possible for quite some time, especially considering how badly the lane's been going for JT. Flyfire, taking a bit of damage down here in the bottom lane. He's needs to be very careful. Jump in, Emo. Here we go. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Don't have to wait for level 7. Do it at level 6. Shows up. They help to get the kill. The Astral Imprisonment out onto the Morphling. Do they have enough damage? Fly able to waveform away. Nice adaptive strike back onto Ori. And the Strength Morph, it will protect him. Great moves right there from the side of IG. Not only keeping the Morphling alive, being able to get the counter kill onto Slaughter is going to definitely boost a lot of their net worth in the early game. And of course, great rotation from Emo. Not only getting the rotation successfully, but forcing a rotation from your opponent. And the opponent, unfortunately, cannot do the same. Always a very happy moment when that ends up going down. Still though, Vici, happy with how this game has unfolded thus far. Level 6s are coming on Poyoyo, as well as on Old 11. Old 11's been roaming around the map though. He was present just now in the mid lane. Oh, they might find the Echo Stomp on the 2, and indeed they do. Will they be able to kill them both? Kaka will die first, and with the stomp out onto JT, there's going to be the Bash of the Deep, followed up by the Spectral Dagger. Do they have enough to bring him down? You bet your ass they do. And Old 11 secures himself a double kill. Dives bottom, moves mid to pick up some experience, and now goes top to pick up some lives. Old 11 on the Slaughter. Good movement on the map right now. Looking like he wants this very early Hood of Defiance. They might jump back onto him, however. Emo looking for an opportunity for the Aether Remnant. Doesn't even need it to connect, as they do manage to find the kill regardless. On the side of Vici, they'll just be happy that it's Old 11 that's suffering these deaths. Despite the fact that they would like the Slaughter to be the one that opens up the tempo, something we were talking about in the draft. Because they also have OD in the game, can take off some of the pressure from what Slaughter has to accomplish all by himself. Building an early Aghanim Scepter as well for the double charges on the Astral. Something we used to see a lot from mid 1 back when he used to play for Team Secret. And see middle, can they actually kill Old 11? They cannot, but they're gonna get stomped up as 3. DY doesn't have level 6, but they're gonna follow that up with a Snapfire Cookie on the 3 as well. Kaka will soon chase Ollie into the grave. Emo only survives by being able to jump away with the Astral Step. But nonetheless, they do find the good kills. And that was initially IG trying to get aggressive onto Old 11. Yet again, he's able to turn it around. It's actually funny, now that I think about it. He sort of was the bait in that situation. But the funny thing is that Slaughter is sort of like a mobile anglerfish, because he has the little bait thing on top of his head. So playing very much in character. We're going to see them smoke up now. We're going to try and find Poyoyo. 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 You're in trouble, mate. Ah, he's gone. Jumped on by Emo right now. They'd ideally want the dual kill, but JT's a little bit too far away for this one. Echo Stomp does connect onto Emo. Poyoyo. Oh, saved by the Astral. Great rotation coming in from Ori. And now suddenly they're going to turn things around. First they leap onto Ollie with the Snapfire Cookie, get the kill onto him. Emo trying to get to the low ground using the Dissimilate, will be able to do so. The damage from the OD, not enough to get the kill. But what a time to be alive. They show up. stop the rotation onto the spec, keep her alive, get a counter kill, and now they might follow up by bringing down Kaka. DUI will have the Echo Stomp available. Oh, he actually mistimed it. So they still should have enough damage to find the kill onto Kaka anyway with the body blocks. That's DUI saying, okay, my bad. I'll put my own body on the line since I messed up last time. How about that? IG haven't really been able to string anything together for themselves, and their lineup is not farm dependent. Their lineup needs to be killing things. You do not pick Legion Commander, Skywrath Mage, Void Spirit to not want to kill things. So it's a bit disconcerting that they've been very unsuccessful in that regard up until now. JT looking like he wants to go for the first duel of the game. Do they have the damage? Mystic Flare will come out. Not enough damage though. So Slaughter still living. Will he die? Nope. Added just to get the one off. Does eventually get brought down by Emo, who came into this fight by JT. Might play with his own life. In fact, Ori shows up yet again, and with the Astral Imprisonment, also able to forestall Kaka and prevent his escape. This time the double kill goes the way of the OD. Yet again an Astral Step saves the life of Emo. However, once more, Vici Gaming on top of the map, showing up more farm in the pockets of the OD. Closer and closer we go towards having the Aghanim Scepter, and seeing how effective these Astral plays have been from him so far. I shudder to think how IG is going to deal with two of them. They'll have to figure out something. Part of figuring that out means gold. Get some much gold. Get some gold and some map control. So Tier 1 Tower Top has to fall. And they should be able to bring this one down without too much difficulty here. This time around it does seem Vici Gaming's appetite for continually going and protecting that part of the map has somewhat waned, as they're just going to let it go. Tower goes down. I wonder if we're going to see Old 11 for Go picking up the Blink Dagger on the Slaughter. Something that we sometimes see from these Chinese Slaughters. They'll go like Hood of Defiance into Ags and then AC. Ollie does have borrowed time. Even if he dies here, hashtag worth, you gotta do what? You're 100% okay with this. Oh, Comrade Lyrical! Comrade Lyrical! Thanks so much, my G. Thanks, fam. I really appreciate it. Right, so let's see how the map is being played right now. Still, in my opinion, is Vici favored, because when we look at how things are going at the moment, there's no encroachment across these rivers. Seems fairly tame right now. Vici haven't been able to secure the tier 1 towers on any side of the map, which IG has been managed to do. So that does mean that there is a portion of the map that's a bit unsafe for them to farm, but they're putting Slaughter there now because he's the hero that can dangle. He's the anglerfish. So he can be the one to go bait them. Thank God he's buying Blink. But the thing is, the way that the game is going right now, Vici Gaming don't need the immediate Blink. So that's one of the great things about putting him in that position. If he dies, feels bad for you. It's not great, but you're not losing anything of major value. Erstwhile, if he ends up being able to get the Blink, even better. PYW as well might get jumped on bottom. Yeah, he's definitely dead. Absolutely no way to survive. Trying to keep himself alive with the Fire Snap cookie, but Emo showing up makes that a definite impossibility. Also, despite having Moment of Courage / press the attack, JT, oh, he's actually gonna die here. Oh, sweet. That was so sick, actually. I don't know what the TP was about though from JT. That was a bit questionable. That was a bit questionable. Like, you're looking at the Slaughterhouse build. He has Magic Wand, Power Treads. Yeah. There's no way the TP is gonna be short enough that you're not gonna get bashed. I have no idea what the attempt was there from JT. But the worst part about that is, look who also got involved. Poyo, he didn't get the kill, but he ported in with the Haunt. And yet again, think about the position that Vici is in right now. They're farming that area of the map. They're Slaughter around. They're like, okay, here's this LC who's in sort of a dangerous-ish position. Let's jump her. if we zone around, cool. We just keep farming this area. Spectre was still farming there behind the tier 1 and around where the outpost is. If LC dies, or LC just gets zoned out, Spectre keeps farming. If LC is about to die, Spectre gets to come in and get some farm gold. But if LC is bringing allies with her and they're trying to gank us, then all of them kill all 11 instead. But because they got the even better luck, he's actually gonna switch up. Lol, I was just praising the blink dagger, but he has decided to rather go for the early ags. I mean, why not? Dude, the game is going so well. Can go ags blink, it's fine. I know it might only say a 1k gold lead right now for Vici. Oh, JT, he might be the first one found out, gets Astrod. However, they get the Yule Scepter directly onto the OD as well. Silence will be there too. Do they have the damage? Emo is directly there with Fly and they finally do manage to burst down this OD. Elder Titan Splitter goes off. They've used borrow time already. There's a duel with the Mystic Flare will allow them finally to get the combo off, and JT gets some much needed duel damage. Will give up his own life for this though, and now Poyo thrown up in the fight with old 11 and get the snipe by Cookie as well as the scatter blast allows them to bring down 2. Do they get more off of this? Doesn't seem like it. Unfortunately, their lack of lockdown does end up punishing them in this instance. Yule Scepter as well directly onto old 11. He doesn't have a blink dagger, remember, so you can't close this gap very easily. Bet you wish you had blink that time around, buddy. It's still fine that you're not getting it, but bet you wish you did. So they end up losing OD. But in exchange, they get the LC, they get Ollie, they get more gold onto the Spectre. Yeah, I'm fine with this. It's whatever. It's IG that's not fine with this. Like, they are not happy with the fact that the first time they get this kill is at 16 minutes. And it's not like these heroes from the side of Vici Gaming get any squishier as time goes on. You desperately want to be making these incursions now, and before the BKB comes out as well. OG has the Aghanim Scepter already, but BKB will eventually be available, so that even if you do get the duel, it just won't be magic damage. Hell, the only physical damage they're going to have available to them will be coming from this Morphling, and he's also going for the E-Blade route. So it's going to be a while until we get the full punch from the side of IG. Do I play Dota? What kind of question is that, Lich?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
JT will almost have his own blink. Man, the other day when we saw FY playing the Scarith Mage, no cap, at 20 minutes he had the Rod of Atos and was instrumental in getting his team a lot of bonus kills after the fact. In this game, it's going to be quite delayed, that item, before it's available on the Skywrath. So, does mean that these blink duels effectively have to be perfect. So we'll see what the first one is used up as. They are not going to smoke just yet, but they definitely want to do so soon. In the meantime, for Vici, they're like, fam, we just want to keep farming. Got no issues at the moment. Possess Mask on Poyoyo. Good times. Looking like he wants a Manta this game. Definitely Manta over SNY because you're playing into this Ancient Seal, so you want to get rid of that as soon as possible in the fight. And it's always nice to have the option when you're playing into LC to be able to get rid of, or just confuse her with the Manta. And also with Spectre with Illusions. What do you want? Old 11 does now have the Aghanim Scepter. So not only is he going to be able to be quite a force in the middle of these fights, but he's fairly tanky now as well, so he's very happy to put himself at the forefront of a lot of these engagements. Remember in the draft when we were talking about how a lot of their tempo is locked behind the Slaughter, and you can see it now where if they're not playing around using the Slaughter or around defending a push coming in from IG, they're playing super passively now. This is not going to change until they get the Blink Dagger. Alright, Lichtdoder, listen, bro. That's base. Come on, now you're gonna have to sub. Sorry. Coming through with the Rasta jokes. Come on, fam. Come on. There's nothing to say that any kind of Rasta couldn't be playing Dota 2 as well. So for that, your penalty is a sub or a donation. Thank you very much. Blink Dagger. Been available for a minute or so now on the LC, but doesn't seem like they want to utilize it just yet. Wonder what they're really waiting for. JT is waiting bottom. Doesn't have any allies nearby him to allow him to make a jump, and Ori is also just going to back off. Ori has BKB almost, just needs a recipe. This was really bad. IG, their window is kind of now for them to start doing stuff on the map. It's pre-BKB on OD, pre-Manta on the Spectre, pre-Blink Dagger on the Slaughter. They're very lucky that it's pre-Blink Dagger on the Slaughter because he changed his itemization. But he's not being punished for this decision at all. And even if they do decide to punish him, it's going to be quite hard. Like I mentioned, he's got the Ags for tankability, also has the freaking Nether Shawl. Are you kidding me? Alright, it's too late for the Manta timing. That's late. So they have the Manta, they want to smoke. They're one's coming for a fight right now on the side of Vici Gaming. Somewhat atypical to see this. Oh, they're actually not going to go for a fight. They're going for Roche. Alright, this is better. This is fine. I was going to say somewhat atypical to see a team smoking up for a fight despite lacking a Blink Dagger when you have a Slaughter on your team, but even better to go into Roshan. I mean, if you look at the lineup as well on the side of IG, their Roche fight sucks, dude. They have what? Mystic Flare, Dissimulate, Resonant Pulse maybe? They're coming now, but it's too late. Roche is gone. And look at Puyo, he TP's out to go farm bottom, and he does this because he knows he can farm bottom, and if a fight breaks out, he can still come back and participate in that fight. But this way, he's not wasting farm, he's not wasting his farm time, as while Fly is. And here's gonna come the jump that JT gonna be able to get the immediate burst onto at least the Slaughter. Old 11 is gone, but can they find any other targets? There's gonna be an Echo Stomp starting up too. They also finally get down Emo. There's gonna be the duel onto the OD, but that might be a mistake right there because Puyo will end up just killing JT. And Fly was Astral. The double charges from the OD, way too useful in this fight. Basically, first the Astrals up Emo, then the Astrals, Fly. Both of the big damage dealers from the side of IG can do absolutely nothing. Full team wipe. The fight starts out with them being able to bring down the Slaughter, but unfortunately not much more than that. And Vici Gaming claim not only a massive fight, but lose. I want to keep saying this. Every time something happens, they don't really lose anything of value. Slaughter died, sure, but okay, he's not close to Blink Dagger. They just got the Aegis because of the Corrosive Haze. He's playing just fine with just the Ags at the moment, so it's all W's, all dubs, all dubs. And PYW now with the little shredder also able to find the kill onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. In fact, they're gonna lead in 4 more kills. Looking for Kaka. They got the Astral out. BKB popped by Ori, but this might be a dangerous position to be in. DY gets bursted down first and foremost with the Mystic Flare, and Vici Gaming realized their eyes were a little bit bigger than their stomach on that one, so we'll just decide to back off. Still though, you claim the tier 1 tower. He didn't have to use the BKB charge, to be fair. Didn't have to give up the ET, so they still want to make this game a little bit exciting. But nonetheless, overall it's still a victory for them. And it looks like we're at the stage of the game now where they want to start consolidating control of Radiant Jungle, as they are now moving in through this bottom lane. Who's carrying the vision here? Snapfire doesn't have any wards. DY might bring some. Okay, DY has the wards, but it's fairly far away right now. Slaughter will take the dangerous farm in the meantime. Spectre has Manta. You know, it's so, I love these Spectre games. I don't know if any of you are carry players, but if you're a carry player, you're salivating at the Spectre game. It's having literally the best performance ever. Because you get to do easy stuff like this, like just get involved when it's convenient. For example, the fight's about to start, BKB popped Ori. Unfortunately, Evo saved that fight single-handedly. They were about to get ruffle stomped, honestly, in a big bad fight. Or they might still though. Fly will find himself getting stunned up. There's gonna be the Aphotic Shield to take off the stun. In fact, he turns it around with his own Slithering Crush. Aether Remnant dragging the Slaughter, preventing Old 11 from getting further forward. Echo Stomp though, onto Ollie and onto Fly. Morph in the Abaddon, caught out. They might be in trouble. Fly trying to stay alive, trying to get all the tools he can. Press the attack was used onto him with the BKB. And they also threw in the Mystic Flare onto Slaughter. Unfortunately for them, Astral Imprisonment is there to save the big man. With all of this though, there is still a tier 1 tower that is available, and as they get close to it, Vici Gaming decide they don't want to keep the chase going and will just back away. All 11 does finally have Blink Dagger now, but for the first time in a while, IG walk away from a fight happier overall than Vici Gaming. They got them to use the full haunt out of the Spectre. I believe they also popped the 8-second BKB charge. Yeah, they did. And Spectre might actually die here in the top lane. If she gets dueled, this is very dangerous. You're gonna get dueled indeed. Kaka doesn't have the Mystic Flare just yet, but they have the damage from Fly. And they're gonna be able to find the first life. It isn't Aegis, so they will come back. Old 11, can you reveal the Blink Dagger in a good way? Arlene was the one caught out by this, but not necessarily the ideal target. Fly also waveforms away. The only person who is abandoned on the top is Kaka, but they don't actually have any vision of the Skywrath Mage. Does Kaka have a TP out? Indeed he does. Not going to be able to find it, however, as he will get caught with the Slithering Crush. IG unhappy about his death, but will take it any day of the week. Well, actually, maybe not. No, they still take it. They still take it because although the Aegis was about to expire, they still got dual damage. So it's acceptable. They're gonna lose the tier 1 off of this, but this was only a matter of time until this bad boy went down. Oh, Slaughter. Just gonna go farm some ancients. I thought he'd found a target. And oh, this sentry ward actually scouts early, so they know that this Abaddon is here, but they're not gonna choose to go onto him. They dust him up, but I don't think the dust actually reached Ali. No, it didn't, so he's okay. Alright, do you see that burst that happened just now after the duel? With the Mystic Flare not being needed even because Fly was just there with the physical right clicks. It's a lot harder now because Spectre just got the Skadi. So she has what, 3.2k HP, 36 armor. Okay, Mystic Flare dropped down onto Old 11, gets Astraled to save him. At the same time, Poyoyo on the backside of the fight looking for some targets. Now they're going to be looking for Kaka first and foremost. He got Echo Stomp. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do, and they do manage to find that kill. The Snapfire ult also did quite a number on these heroes, forcing them to all have to retreat. Emo, Dissimulate, Astral step away. As usual, IG will leave their supports to their fate. And this is starting to become a real problem. They just don't feel like, unless Poyoyo is basically alone, they don't feel like they threaten anybody. They're gonna jump now to the backside looking for the Snapfire. They will eliminate her, getting some quick duel damage, but it might cost a lot more than what they gained from this one kill. Emo might be the one that's in trouble. It goes into the air with the Yule Scepter to try to stay alive a moment longer, but unfortunately, Astral Imprisonment into Sanity's Eclipse, more than enough damage. 7k gold lead right now for Vici Gaming. Doesn't seem like it's going anywhere anytime soon. 12k experience as well. For me, that's a little bit more worrisome. Because the gold lead is what it is. It's terrible. What can you do? But the fact that they are now crossing into these level 20 talents. Well, it's a Spectre only at this point. But she's 3 levels up on the next highest chasing on the side of IG. That's crazy. Fly might also end up dying here with JT. They found the big stun coming out of the Slaughter. JT, yep, you're dead, mate. Ari, of course, is going to show up because this hero has been omnipresent on this map. Also, I love that he went for this Aether Lens and that he's sticking with the Fairy Trinket. That bonus spell damage on the Astral Imprisonment when you've got 2 of them with Aether Lens, this stuff stacks up. Really does end up making a difference. I would love to see him potentially in this game buying a Blink Dagger. Oh, he actually got Ceremonial Robes. Okay, that's actually a little bit better as well because you get the status resistance debuff on the opponent. So they stay imprisoned even longer. Mid lane, Emo. Will he be able to survive? What's happening to him? It doesn't seem like it. Do cool guys look at explosions? No, they do not. As Ori just walks away. Yet another kill onto Emo. This IG lineup is just being trampled upon right now. 10k gold lead. Way too late. Honestly, my primary assessment about this game is just that there was honestly a window. There was a point in the game where they could have turned their fortunes, but I don't think you can resort to this farming style Heavy farming style when you're playing your LCs and your Void Spirits, man. Especially LC.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, can you imagine? You're playing LC Skywrath Mage, but the two of them have only been involved in 5 kills for the LC, 6 for the Skywrath. The team overall only has 9, so it's a bit complicated. Nice blink from old 11 to dodge Fly's attempted stun onto him. In fact, getting a stun onto Kaka. Morty's kisses flying in from the far side of the fight. They've already eliminated the Skywrath Mage. Ollie will die next. This is a very usual set of circumstances, sadly, for IG. And now, though, Roche is also back. So you know what that means. Aegis Cheese with an Aghanim shard. Who's it going to in this game? Could go to the Slaughter, could go to the OD. OD's not nearby though. Could go to the Spec. Looks like she's gonna get the Aegis. Who's getting the shard? Right, Slaughter's getting the shard then. Okay, so we now have the Corrosive Haze and the AoE. Pretty nice. So you don't have to worry about actually casting the spell. You only have to be concerned about using your Blink Dagger stun. Very, very nice stuff. IG, Slaughter, Bullying, and AC. Spectre has Aghanim Scepter. Are you kidding me? So now she has Shadow Step? Alright, cool. Are you kidding me actually? Are you serious right now? It's actually happening?
Radiant's middle tower has
If I'm Ollie or Kaka right now, I'm just clicking on the Spectre's inventory and I'm staring. I'm like, what? No way, dude.
is under attack.
Oh, that's gonna be painful. That's gonna be fun.
Dire's bottom tower has been denied.
And the issue is that if you look at the Morphling's items, Morphling just picked up a Skadi now. I mean, Skadi E-Blade, honestly not that big of a threat at the moment. Fly can definitely burst these supports. And now even the Slaughter has to start worrying about the damage coming in from the Morphling. But because you still don't have BKB, you don't have Lincoln Sphere, you're still gonna find yourself just being astral in the fight, comrade. I don't think Emo has BKB either. No, he doesn't. So I think that's going to be one of the big challenges. I'm very surprised that they're playing into Aghanim's OD and not prioritizing some way of dealing with the spell. I mean, OD also got the Quickening Charm. Alright, so they swapped out the Ceremonial Robe from the OD. Who did they give it to? Alright, ET has a robe. Poyoyo has the Cloak of Flames. Philosopher's Stone just chilling on the PYW Snapfire. Explains why he's about to have a Pipe of Insight, of course. Looks like they want to try and find Emo. Might be in some trouble here. Old 11, can you grab him? It's daytime, so they see him. They got the vision, they got him. Oh, Emo! What a time to be alive. Jumps forward at the right moment, but unfortunately there is still a haunt, and they're able to chase him down. More than enough damage in a very short span of time. Wow, Kaka just calls it. Kaka just calls it. Kaka has seen enough, and there is Poyoyo using the real haunt this time instead of the Shadow Step. But it doesn't really matter. GG's has been called. Big yikes, huh? They got yeah, that was a bit of a... Not the prettiest game in the world, was it? Oof, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Well, that happened. Well, that happened. I am... Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we're not just going to do this thing of saying, nah, the team just played badly, because that would definitely be a false statement. What happened is a lot of things happened in this game that were negative for IG. First and foremost was the bottom lane was atrocious for Fly. It was really, really bad. The Slaughter was able to keep that lane under constant pressure, always outfarming the Morph, but crucially was that they were able to get a very key rotation from the OD, not necessarily to kill the Morph the first time around, but it forced them away from the farm, even though they just killed Slaughter. So they killed Slaughter, but they can't take advantage of the space bought by the killing of the Slaughter from Emo. Top lane was a disaster. I think an unmitigated disaster, because Spec was unbothered completely. Poyoyo just kept farming. DY, I think, sacrificed his life twice in that lane, if I'm not mistaken, but ultimately just did so in service of ensuring, oh, actually, no time, 0 times. Okay, no deaths in the early game, nice times. Only died twice this game on DY. Are you kidding me? So, and of course, the mid lane was, let's actually call it a wash. It was mostly in favor of Ori, but for generosity's sake, we'll call it a wash. What ends up happening for me is that, okay, bad laning phase for IG. It's not so bad, it's somewhat recoverable for 3 reasons. One, you have Emo Void Spirit, who had a decent lane, who's going to get a decently timed Yule Scepter. That's a hero that can often allow you to be able to pick up and regain control and composure when the map is going badly. So reason number 2, you have the strong combo of JT Kaka. Every single time a duel comes out, there should always be followed up with the Mystic Flare that allows you to get a further kill from that. And number 3, you've got Fly with Ollie behind him. The Smurfling ideally should be able to farm in such a way that allows him to participate in some of these early fights. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that even after they get the Blink Dagger for JT and Kaka, they never really use the combo all that much in this game. I believe we maybe saw it 4 times overall in general, but it was a very rare thing for the most part. Emo, his performance was alright, but we also didn't really see Emo getting on the map, opening space for the team, being like, guys, I've caught somebody with Yules. JT, where you at? Let's get this dual kill. That only happened once, and it happened on the Spectre with Aegis inside her own jungle, where there wasn't much threat around her dying anyway. And another thing is that Fly, it just felt like he was just farming this game. Didn't really feel like there was ever going to be a point where this Morphling could even get involved to try and help out with how things were going. So IG, the draft ends up not working out for them, and also Vici Gaming definitely outplayed them on the map. Special shouts outs in this game definitely to DY. I think DY and All 11, between the two of them, joint MVP. They both played incredibly well to secure their team a victory here. Everybody else just didn't really have to do much. Didn't have to have bonkers performances, you know. That's why Ori could rush the Aghanim Scepter. No meme hammer, nothing funny. Just like, let me just get this axe. If I have this axe, I remove 2 heroes from the fight all the time. That is what it is. So Vici, game 1 in the books for them. They are now definitely going to be looking for a victory in game 2. We'll see whether or not they can find it. While they busy set up the draft, make sure in the meantime, go take a walk, stretch your legs, grab some water. In the meantime, make sure that you're all following the channel, especially if you're new here. If you're new, actually, come say hi. Come say what's up. Hang out and chat. Talk to your fellow Dota lovers. I will not be accepting any kind of jokes based on rustiness, hair, or whatever. If you want to inquire and say, hey, first black guy in Dota, that's one conversation. But don't ask stupid things like, oh, bro, are you even a caster, bro? Are you even a caster? Why don't you roll me a giant doobie? That's actually, I'm not in a kind mood today, so that'll be a bannable offense for the rest of the day. And I'm not in a kind mood because I haven't slept in like 18 hours. I don't know why, it feels bad. Anyway, follow if you haven't already. Make sure that if you are following and you had fun, would like to support the stream, click the big purple button in order to become a subscriber. Hit that big yellow button on the main page in order to become a one-time donator. Or if you want to do something more monthly, you can hit me up on Patreon and become a patron to help support not just the stream, but also the YouTube channel and all efforts that Snare is doing here. With that, I'm your boy Snare. I'll be back soon for more Dota 2 action. So don't go anywhere because we'll be continuing in just a moment. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snakecasting. After an extended break, seemed like one of the players was having some technical difficulties, but we're back in the cut now to continue with the I-League for the day. Vici Gaming taking on IG. Let's get into it. We've waited long enough. The pitch will come after the game. So, let's just get into it directly. IG, they definitely need a win here. The way it's looking, right, for those of you who are curious and who want to know if there's any major stakes for this game, fortunately for both sides, there aren't really that many major stakes. It's still a lot of Dota for both sides to be playing. I believe both of them are playing their 4th game with this one. Vici and IG both have the same score, so this is pretty much just a sort of like break between the two of them, you know, so the teams can start to sort of demonstrate who's really got the true gas, who's actually on the up. I believe that IG lost to RNG and then Vici lost to eHome, I want to say. No, Vici did lose to eHome, but then IG, they beat RNG. They lost to, I think, LGD? Yeah, it was LGD. So both of them 2 wins, 1 loss. Let's see what they've got. Mars Phoenix, the opener for the side of IG. Definitely the opening duo that you would want to be able to pick up if you thought to yourself that you're in a desperate situation in need of a win. Interestingly, I don't see any Snapfire ban or a ban on the Juggernaut, so it doesn't seem like they're prioritizing removing that hero or anybody that's going to be able to deal with the Supernova just as a matter of course. It's definitely going to be something that like pops up as the game goes on here. Vici. Whenever I have Iron Shell, now you have to ban Juggernaut, right? There's absolutely no universe I can imagine them picking Darkseer, Clockwork into Phoenix and not wanting to go Jug. I think Jug would be so good, so. They don't have the ban into pick though on the side of Vici Gaming, so IG could also be the team that decide to take it themselves for 2 reasons. Firstly, it's a deny pick, which is always awesome, but Juggernaut lane against Darkseer can be incredible. One of the better ones. You have so much sustain in that lane. Depending on who you lane with, there's actually kill threat versus the Jug. Oh, Brutal. Hey, shout out for the cheers, fam. Shout out for the cheers. Scared Little Toast. No. Sadly, it's not because of the fact that they've already qualified for TI. Unfortunately, this is me also being wrong. This is a tendency IG has had for a very long time, where they'll do really well for a period of time and then just slump. It's not... I don't think... The way that, you know, you can only sometimes see if a team is just like letting off the gas because they themselves feel they've done enough to qualify for TI. Doesn't feel like that from IG. It just feels like they're being outpaced. And I think they're also having difficulties figuring out this meta at the same pace as a lot of these other Chinese teams. We see the Triad Protector after the Juggernaut ban that we were just talking about. It was a no-brainer that hero had to be removed. But now they have Tree. This is interesting because now they have multiple ways of protecting the Supernova, both with the Arena of Blood as well as with the overgrowth from Tree. One thing I'm worried about though is, where is the damage? Where's the damage? Who hurts people? Who's the bully on the side of IG? I mean, they're going to be horrendously bullying in the laning phase. Let me tell you that. Good God. Phoenix, Tree, Mars, lanes. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Trying to win money is very important. I mean, you still get money from DPC, but, you know, I-League is a bit more direct translation of results to cash. At least in the immediate term. Vici, what's going to be your response right now? You still need some way to buttress your lanes because your lanes are not going to be fun to play into. Let's see who's available. Grimstroke is still in the game. I would like some kind of heal, perhaps. I could see them potentially picking Warlock. That way you have the natural heal. You also have a big way to break up team fights. They get the Ursa. ensure that they have a hero against Mars in the lane, a hero that can take down the Supernova or Phoenix. You'll buy BKB in this game, so you're not as threatened by a lot of what they have to throw at you at the moment. You can also trade effectively with the Treant Protector, one of the few actual carries that can do so. Most carries in the game, if Treep shows up to your lane while you're trying to farm, you back and you leave him the hell alone and you avoid him. But Ursa can trade directly into his face. Also not a decent hero to be picking into Sven as well. Like, we've seen this bear do quite a number on these Svens. Doesn't care as much as other heroes about the absurd amount of armor picked up by the Sven, but Sven can also just get to this massive point where you just eviscerate the enemy team in a couple of shots. And of course, because they didn't ban Snapfire, Snapfire emerges, so now they have another way to be able to take out the Supernova. Just run it down with the little shredder. It's interesting as well, because the Snapfire hits decrease armor as well. Obviously, it's not going to be enough to really contest against Warcry. But when you're playing with Ursa, every little instance of damage makes a huge difference. And damage amp from things like negative armor, especially in the lane, woo, can make things look kind of fresh. So, the Snapfire. Still like in the previous game though, they will have issues being able to get the Morty's Kisses down onto targets. That's the one huge thing that we did see. They had the most amount of globs I saw hitting any given target was like 2 at a time. Generally, it was rough going there for PYW in terms of that spell. Everything else looked really good though. In this game, you have Clockwork to help you out. We still don't know what the last pick is going to be. Presumably some Puck or something for Ori. I believe if you bet and your team's forfeit that you have to, the betting company should, I'm not sure actually, they should probably just refund. Vici, they will have the first pick out of this banning phase. Good job Invictus Gaming on banning out this Puck. Definitely a hero to remove. IG also need a mid hero for themselves for Emo to play. And unlike in the previous game, you definitely do get the sense that they want to play with a hero that fits the whole draft cohesively and they want to play together. It's not just going to be about getting several comfort heroes. So SF, Void Spirit banned. Ember Spirit, excuse me. Void Spirit still in the pool. I could imagine Emo playing Void Spirit again this game. I could also imagine him playing like Queen of Pain. I don't think DK fits the mold on this one. Okay, they banned Void Spirit themselves actually. So what do they want for Emo to accelerate this game? It is also looking like a fairly decent TA game on the side of IG.
10 seconds remaining.
Then if they have like TA Sven Mars, jeez, it's a lot of aggression, a lot of speed, a lot of tempo. You might sometimes be dissuaded from picking the TA now that Tiny has arrived with a insta way to be able to punch through the refraction charges. So that's the consideration for IG. They get the Rainbow Pony. Okay. The only form of reach right now from the side of Vici is the Clockwork. Tiny will of course be buying Blink Dagger, but Les should equally be concerned with getting himself Yule's BKB in this game. Provided that they can keep that Leshrac alive, this is a decent Leshrac game. A big provision, to be fair. A big provision. Who called it? Hey, Johnny called it. Well done. Yeah, this is definitely a decent Leshrac game. This is a much better draft for IG than in game 1, in the sense that this draft all plays around the same time. In the previous game, one of the major issues that they had is that you have, let's say, LC Skywrath Mage with Void Spirit playing at one timing, a Morphling playing at a completely different one. Vici were obviously able to make it all work with the Spectre. In this game, they have Ursa with Darkseer Tiny, so of course they can all play at the same time. This is going to be a slobber knocker. Alright. I am excited about this one. I do think that the Leshrac is largely uncontested unless they make a point of it, of targeting him and focusing him in all of the team fights. But absent them deciding to do that, alright, this is actually going to be a game I think personally that IG is going to win. I think IG is going to win. I think we're going to get a game 3. Okay. I am ready. I'm hype. So sorry, Stevens. So sorry. If you look at the rules before you enter the chat here, you know what? I'll be kind and time out you. If you do that again, I'm gonna ban you for that. I've seen some teams still experiment with playing the Temporal Assassin into Doxia. You just play fast enough that you abuse the rest of the map at the time period when Doxia is not ready yet to play with his team, but you know, if you don't have a hero like TA, you're not going to play that fast anyway. This is a very interesting rotation. I don't think I've actually seen this rotation before. They might actually find a target. Old 11 in trouble here. Stormhammer going to be there. They try to get him out to safety using the Fire Snap Cookie, but they will kill him. Also, not hilarious to me. So yesterday in the DPC, Old 11 actually found himself in a bit of a rough position playing this Doxia. He came to lane with Surge, and I remember Black was really tilted on the panel about this. This time he does have Iron Shell, but Surge would have saved him. And they're gonna get another kill. Split Earth connecting onto PYW. But this particular rotation of heading through the tier 1 around the towers and then around the tree line, I haven't seen that rotation since there used to be like shrines here on the side of the map. But not only does that rotation get them a very good first blood kill, it also leads to them picking up 3 bounty runes. Okay. Okay. Steven Sonky, you're a spoiler in general. Sorry, fam. I might have to ban you, so be careful. Mid lane, Emo versus Tiny of Ori. They did manage to get down a very nice observer ward for themselves. This ward is delicious. Man, what didn't they get? They get 3 bounties, some kills, amazing vision. Oh, gosh. Perfect situation. And Emo in that lane starts to look a little bit dangerous. Tiny, in many situations, is happy to thwack away with the tree, but will be confronted with a bit of magic damage, more so than he's comfortable with. If we take a look here in the top lane, JT and Kaka. Yet again, these two are going to be in some measure responsible for what happens in the mid game. In the previous game, I still blame JT for slowing down the pace of IG's game despite having Blink Dagger. That can't happen here. When you have Mars Phoenix, the kind of game you're playing is very, very different. You're always up on the map. You always have to be looking for these fights. Although, this time around, unlike in the previous game, they do have themselves some pretty good tools for the late game as well. Leshrac with Sven, playing into the Ursa Tiny. Now, they have Mars as well in the offlane, so they'll be pretty comfortable with scaling later towards the game. It won't be like game 1 where it became apparent that the later this game went, the more impossible it was for IG. Here they can deal with a more static game. It'll be the side of Vici actually that I'm expecting to try and press the tempo, especially with this mid Tiny.
I'll take that.
Emo does have Bottle. It's gonna pop up the Water Rune. Does already have his as well. Not yet. It's flying out right now, so ideally you maybe wait for this. But meh, who cares? It's just the Water Rune. Poor Yo-Yo in the top lane on the Ursa. I mean, it's a really good thing that they have the Phoenix up there. Without the Phoenix being in that lane is a little bit complicated for the Mars. But because Phoenix is there with both Fire Spirits as well as, well, it doesn't have it yet, but Sunray is going to come up eventually. This Ursa can't actually run up and just hit the Mars like it's nothing. It's going to just take too much damage. As usual, in the laning phase, Kaka being a god right now. Just doing his thing. Still a very slow game. CS at the moment benefiting Vici in the mid lane, but on all the other lanes, it does seem like it's the side of IG. Oh no! Where is your support? Where is DY? Poyoyo! Oh god, very nicely done there by the side of IG. They exploit a slight timing when DY was trying to affect the pull, and he does succeed mostly at the pull. It's not even a full pull from him, but it costs the life of the Ursa. The thing is about those kind of kills, it's always great when you get them without having to commit that many resources, and the Mars definitely didn't. Now, down bottom, old 11, taking quite a bit of damage. He will be able to run away. Nice vacuum into the power cogs. PYW though, if they had an Iron Shell out onto PYW, that would have been so dope, but old 11 might have stuck around too long. Fly does have a mango with Stormhammer in just a moment, but deciding that flying close to the sun, that is the tier 1 tower, probably not worth it. And he will instead opt to just let it go. Also, I like this middle. They're preventing the Tiny from being able to refill his bottle. There's a toss back now. Is there going to be a kill onto Tiny? We're looking for the split earth. Icarus dive did come out too from Kaka, but they do not manage to find anything resembling a kill. Imoto will just happily refill his bottle once more, forcing the Tiny back to base as he needs the bonus regen. You can't survive this lane without a massive amount of sustain. This is a Leshrac, however. So, Tiny, in the time that he's gone, Leshrac will get the full wave. Things looking good for IG. And mid was also the lane that was going the best right now for the side of Vici, because remember, they ended up losing Poyoyo in the top lane. And also, bear in mind that as they were getting aggressive just now onto the Tiny middle, it forced the rotation from DY middle, so that means DY is not top. So if you look at the CS, there's a reason why Mars has been able to pull so far ahead. The last few minutes, there's been a lot of time that Ursa has been effectively spending alone. And when he's alone, he's not really able to challenge effectively for the CS that he needs in that lane. They are now finally going to be able to get off power cogs with Iron Shell, but they're just turning the damage back onto PYW. IG with Fly. Take down this clockwork. Kaka does end up losing his life in the top lane. Old 11 with the Iron Shell might end up getting a kill onto Fly, but in fact dies first. The heal from Ollie coming in is enough to make sure that Fly does not perish. They pick up those 2 kills down bottom. That is phenomenal for Sven. One of the great things about the Sven hero, remember that you don't have to actually buy a farming item. You can just be out here, making sure that as long as you have your sustain and survivability, everything is a-okay. Just got his power trace now. Nature's Grasp helps him survive. JT might lose his life, but they almost brought down the Tiny in the mid lane. Kaka doesn't connect on the Fire Spirits, however, but does eventually find one that ticks out the Tiny. The big rock will go down. It does draw away because there's no support at top, with the Kaka Phoenix being dead. Does mean that there is a kill that gets picked up onto JT. However, Emo, looking for revenge, shows up with the haste rune. Can't actually find the Ursa. Ursa jukes him. Alright, okay, Poyoyo, we see you. Will they find... Oh my god. Emo doesn't see... Yo, Poyoyo, them jukes. Alright, Poyoyo had them Jordans on this morning, making sure able to get that escape. Bottom, Ollie in some modicum of trouble. Can they get out the necessary damage? They get the Iron Shell vacuum back. They do have it. They bring down the tree. Now Fly did activate the God Strength though to try and fight back onto this. So he needs to be able to find a Stormhammer onto somebody. Old 11 though healing up a little bit, and now with the low shredder, they've taken away so much of Fly's mana. He doesn't have the Morbid Mask just yet. Doesn't have a Possessed Mask either, so he will take a tumble. DY makes up for his lack of presence in the top lane by showing up bottom and killing the opposing carry. Mid lane though, Ori, will he tick out here? No, he should be fine. PYW also in the vicinity, so we'll definitely be able to prevent any kind of pressure being applied towards the Tiny. Much better showing from the side of IG than what we saw in the previous game, of course. And unlike in the previous game, the rotation for potential from the Ori Tiny, though still very strong, is very dependent on allies in the lane being able to either buy in the space to come in nicely and get the stuns off, him finding a good rune,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So it's not like in the previous game where his mere presence just showing up necessarily forces the opponents away. If they get back underneath the tier 1 tower, you're not that afraid of fighting into a tiny. We'll see the first arena of the game, however, committed in the top lane, as they do get the quick kill onto PYW. Emo having access to the Diabolic Edict, sitting right in front of a tier 1 tower. This should result in this tower being chopped down fairly shortly. Although they do come to defend it from Vici. Spear back from JT with the Morty's Kisses flying out, but IG lack interest in taking this fight. They've gotten what they actually wanted out of the situation, which was the tower. JT does end up dying. Ori does make the big rotation, forces him in position, and Ori gives the assist so that the bear gets something in his coffers, but still is IG happy with the sequence of events. They've already had arena, it was down, they didn't really care. They got the tier 1 tower, Emo effective on the map. And of course Fly in the jungle right now, farming without contestation, just having a grand old time. And the entire time while this Mars was down, they were allowing Kaka to soak up the farm in the lane, so he's 1 creep away from having 6. Just got it. So they can decide to now take a fight. They have an observer watch here on the high ground, scouting out these movements from Vici. In particular, Poyoyo farming just next to the outpost, but it's very difficult to get onto him. You don't have a blink dagger on your Mars just yet, so closing that gap is not going to be easy. So for now, they're just all going to just keep farming. Bottom lane though, Old 11 might be in some trouble here, trying to run away with the surge. Nice vacuum out. Oh, will the Cons catch multiple heroes? Yes, they will. Fly inside does with his own illusion as well, beating him down. He actually will lose his life. Yo, that was hella sick. That was hella sick. I'm so impressed by what I just saw. Kaka gets tossed back to Old 11, but does Icarus dive away? There is a supernova that he decides to pop. Can they destroy this thing? No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Now Old 11's in a little bit of trouble. Does have to TP out to safety, but there is nothing from Kaka to interrupt that. So the supernova is just to keep himself alive. Yo, that was hella sick. Did y'all see that? So Old 11's in trouble, right? He has Iron Shell on himself. Obviously, he's doing some damage to the heroes around him. He recognizes that he's being pincered. There's a Sven above him and there's a tree underneath him. So what to do? Okay, I lay out this very, very beautiful vacuum into this wall that I just placed out, and that's gonna not only drag you in it to create illusions, but PYW rotates in when the clockwork finds the hook shot, follows that up with the power cogs, prevents not just the escape of Tree killing him, but they keep the Iron Shell illusion alive of Sven, and it just turns around and starts beating down the big man. If they win this game on the side of Vici Gaming, that'll be one of those moments where you're like, yeah, honestly, games can turn in those situations. That was wonderful to watch. JT does have Hood of Defiance. Oh, nice hookshot middle by PYW. Can they find this kill though? JT here with the arena. Emo being healed up by the Sunray. Nice vacuum blow to dish out the damage necessary. And they're still inside this, but there's not enough damage anymore with Emo having been brought down. It's Fly coming into the fight perhaps though, as they're getting this damage out onto JT. Nice Stormhammer to prevent Poyoyo from chasing forward onto the Mars. And they'll be comfortable with that at least. Ollie might end up dying. Bottom. Yeah, he's gone. We are starting to see that one problem that we did sort of discuss in the draft. This was a problem we discussed when there were the first 3 heroes shown by IG. Is outside of Emo on the Leshrac and the Fly Sven in this game, they have a distinct lack of damage on the side of IG. Every time Emo dies, they probably have to leave the fight because they just won't have enough damage to continue without him. JT is going to be playing a very Broly initiating kind of build. We're not expecting damage out of the Mars in this game. So we might actually see a BKB sooner rather than later coming in from the Leshrac. And I would like to see one of these supports investing in a 4-staff. Whenever you play against Clockwork, it is vital when playing against Clockwork to ensure that you have 4-staffs on your team. The effectiveness of this hero decreases markedly when he has to deal with 4-staffs. Without them, yeah, it's rough. Hookshot does not connect, however. Spear of Mars does throw back Old 11 to prevent him from throwing out further damage. The Morty's Kisses from DY. That's one spell, honestly. I don't even... In other games, if they had the Mars on their side for Vici, I'd be so tilted right now. I'd be like, what the hell? You just threw these Morty's Kisses blindly? But in this situation, it's like, come on, fam. What are your stuns? Your stuns are tiny, avalanche, toss, and vacuum. It's fine. You're never gonna land the Morty's Kisses anyway. Use them how you want. Somebody might be getting brought down here. JT is dangling himself in the top lane. Old 11 seems to realize this might be a trap, and they do come onto him. Oh my god, what a usage. DY. Alright, DY almost saved this particular engagement. Unfortunately for him, Emo does have Yule Scepter. But that attempt, using the Snapfire Cookie, which allowed the dogs here to avoid the split earth initially, that was incredible. We do see now, they're going to reveal the Blink Dagger of the Tiny directly onto Emo. Emo is going to die here inside these power cogs. Fly trying to come in from the other side of the fight, looking for damage onto this Tiny. Do they have the overgrowth? They're going to go for it now as well. And there's going to be the toss back. Tiny trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. Fly with the two supports have more than enough damage, and they turn their attention back onto PYW as well, and the clockwork will go down, granting a double kill to the Phoenix of Kaka. He's also building towards the Yules of his own. Very strong fight that they just took right now from the side of IG. So in the last couple of minutes, they've been able to get the kill on the mid Tiny and the offlane dogs here. And the big thing as well is that Fly got involved in one of these kills without having to compromise his own farming. He showed up, got the kill while still using God Strength, and was able to leave. He's already now back in the jungle. And all of this is happening in a game where we're not going to be expecting Ursa to go for Battle Fury or any kind of big... Oh, I didn't see River God Sobek. Shout out to you for the subscription, comrade. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. My bad, I didn't see it last. My bad. My bad. Seriously though, and sincerely, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, gratitude matters more than... What item was just picked up now? Matters more than a smoke gank. Well, unless the smoke gank results in some crucial kills. Let's see. But gratitude is more important, always. JT is probably dead here. Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye. Ah, he doesn't care. He just spent his gold. I think he's buying like a full pipe. He's actually getting healed up right now throughout the arena. Here comes Fly as well to look for a follow-up fight. They throw out the Storm Hammer, but I don't know about this one, fam. I don't know about this one. I think rather let this one go. Gets jumped back on right now. Kaka does have Supernova, doesn't pop it just yet, but look how low the Sven is. He's just way too far forward, and they are gonna almost take down the egg. It pops! It pops! Emo still alive, able to allow them to get a kill onto DY, but thus far that is an entire bounty they'll be able to collect from this fight, as they also lose Emo. Kaka barely escapes with his life with the Icarus dive. And IG, well, Kaka was not going to escape with his life with the Icarus dive because Poyoyo has Diffusal Blaze, so he can just slow him up. And now Roche is open. Oh, IG, what the hell just happened? That was 100% Fly. If they lose this game, it's Fly's fault. Like, holy smokes, that was crazy. We'll see if they can take this Roche though. Overgrowth popped in by Ollie. He blinks in. He just revealed a blink dagger as well for this fight. So they're zoning them out. Nature's Grasp did quite a bit of damage in the area. JT falling low. Here comes Fly, however. Two heroes caught with the Storm Hammer, and with the God's Strength being active as well. Two heroes will also fall to his blade. And with Roche being as low as he is, this might represent an opportunity for a major coup coming in from IG if they can snag this fast enough. And it looks like they're going to be able to. Yo, Fly, very lucky. Now, JT, huge arena on the 3. Are they going to re-engage onto this fight? They are looking for it. Emo in the midst of it all, pumping out this magic damage. DY is going to have to flee. Poyoyo, not so lucky, trapped in the corner. And despite the wall being dropped down by Old 11, it's not going to be good enough to dissuade anybody from IG from chasing. So they get 3, they get the Aegis. Fly doesn't have to pay for his mistake up top. Doesn't get the Aegis himself. They of course give that towards Emo so that the Leshrac has the double life. That's a massive fight for IG. In some ways it's actually bigger than the mistake fight just before it. because that mistake fight was a comeback mechanism for Vici Gaming. This fight, whenever you're the team that's playing against Ursa Tiny, you're already winning the game, and then you take a fight that prevents the Ursa from getting the Roche, a Roche that he thought was going to be able to claim for free. Crazy happy. And they did it without having to sacrifice too much in the Roshan fight itself. What did they give up? What, Ollie? Speaking of Ollie, he's available bottom. They're going to try and help get a kill out onto Ori. Ori gets bounced back. Nice overgrowth, preventing him getting too far away. They spear him forward as well with the damage from Emo. They ensure that Ori does take a tumble. Kaka did make use of the supernova behind the fight. So Clockwork will also end up getting popped with 2 heroes having fallen. Diabolic Edict back up in 5 seconds. I imagine that the tier 1 tower bottom is not long for this world.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And I like this what Emo's doing now. He's going in for the Sanj and Kaya. Oh, middle. Fly in trouble. BKB activated though. Can he maybe turn with his team? Doesn't have enough mana. Had it all burned away by Poyoyo. And another big thing about what we just saw with all these fights that have been happening is that Poyoyo, the fact that he died in that last engagement is really bad news, because you went for this Diffusal Blade build, a much more active fighting build that needs him to be, you know, playing actively on the map. No real space to be farming, and because he doesn't have a farming item anyway, he'll just fall so far behind Ursa if he tries. So it's imperative that him and Ori are able to put pressure on the map right now. Of course, they still want their next round of items, but there is a certain limit to how long this game can go for Vici. This will help though. They're going to give this gold towards... Oh, well, never mind. DY was a little bit impatient there, throwing out the Scatter Blast in that situation. Old 11 Yules up into the A. Oh my goodness, he thought he was going to be able to escape with the Surge, but no dice for you, buddy. Absolutely no dice. Nice usage of the vacuum up onto the hill so that Emo and JT are caught here. You know, that was fun. That was nice. But with 2 Yule Scepters, a Storm Hammer, Spear of Mars, and still an arena ready to pop, there's no way you escape that fight, my friend. That also grants the Blink Dagger towards JT, so I would not be surprised if they immediately smoke up and try to make something happen with this new item. Indeed, smoke is coming. Alright, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Icarus dive, Yule Scepter. Yeah, it's a dead tiny. Sauce fam. Absolutely no way he can survive this. PYW thought about hookshotting in, and then he realized, hey, Ori, I love you, brother, but you're on your own, buddy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Oh boy, and they rotate immediately off of getting that kill into putting pressure onto the tier 2 top. Does require them to pop this glyph of fortification on the side of Vici to prevent, but that'll only lead to them maybe being killed. Okay, very nice overgrowth after the wall. That's an arena as well. Well, who's gonna have the damage first? Old 11 trying to get away from this, not able to because of the wall pushing him back. They do lose the first life of the Leshrac, however, with DY throwing in damage from the Morty's Kisses. It's finally enough inside the power cogs with 3 heroes in 1 location to at least get the first life. It's gonna be enough to force them off the tower though. I mean, Aegis was going to expire not too long from now. But the big thing for Vici is that this allows them to keep the defense of their tier 2 tower. If they lose this fight, it's really bad because you don't just lose the tier 2, probably lose the tier 2 top as well. And look at these wards that are inside the dire triangle already by IG. If you end up losing this tier 2 tower in the mid lane, you are not going to reclaim control of this area. So it was very important for Vici to make that defense. And now off the back of it, they also have a BKB for Ursa. Emo thought about using Yules onto Ori, but he's like, yeah, it seems a bit like bait, and he's not incorrect. As the entire side of Vici Gaming are streaming in, looking for a fight. Power shot, a hook shot coming in. From the Clockwork, is he going to be able to find a kill with this? They use the arena to prevent actually anybody else from being able to chase forward. This is very good spell usage from JT. At the same time, Kaka also just dove away. and JT was able to blink last second. That was actually hilarious because Ori threw PYW at the exact same time as JT blinked, so it was like a crazy long toss. That was funny.
Tower is under attack.
Vici though, they have to force this tier 1 tower bottom. Remember, they are playing into a tree and protector, so every time they don't conclusively take a tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower, tier 3 tower, etc., that tower just gets healed all the way back up to 4.
Radiant's bottom
So every push you make has to result in some real estate being taken off the map.
tower is under attack.
But IG now are starting to put themselves in the winning position. Tier 2 is going to get taken in the top lane. Then they're going to secure this outpost. Vici needs to start feeling a bit desperate. And indeed, it does seem like a potential rotation is coming in with this fight. They recognize that they can't just let this state of affairs continue without challenge for too much longer. So they are coming to challenge it, but everybody has their spells back from the side of IG. They hook shot first, they find JT. Will he be able to find the arena? Yes, he does. 2 heroes are inside it. They vacuum Fly and JT back in to a wall that allows them to take down the Mars. Supernova popped on the backside of the fight. Fly able to take down the Clockwork Goblin. Low Shredder. Will it pop the egg? No, it won't. No, it won't. TY just has to watch as the egg burst out into his face. Old 11, because he had to run from the egg, suddenly is isolated from his team, gets taken out by the Sven. And Vici Gaming, you saw what happened in that fight. They had the arena down. This is why Mars Phoenix is so good. Arena in one part of the fight. You put the Supernova in a different part of the fight. Now it's actually impossible for everybody to focus on the egg. In that situation, Snapfire almost did it, but unfortunately, look at this. Check this out. Check this out. Phoenix level 12, or have the level 2 ultimate at the very least, right? And unfortunately, the low shredder, just not enough hits. If this was still level 1 Supernova, it's 100% dead, but at level 2, and without any extra help, Snapfire can't do it all by himself. Massive fight. They took the outpost, they took the tier 2 middle. They're back farming on their side of the map, but they still have this vision on Dire side. And also this ward middle, when did they lay this out? That's nice, that's nice. You know, I was talking earlier about how this map is gonna go for them on the side of IG. Will give them the opportunity to just deny any and all farm to Vici Gaming. It gives them also this possibility that because everybody on their team is hyper mobile, because they have vision everywhere, you're never actually safe on the map. There's what? There's 1, 2, 3 Blink Daggers, 2 Yule Scepters, Warcry. Yeah, you're not running away, you're not escaping. The only way this could be worse is if they somehow had Stampede. But this means that not only, I was talking about like how you're not going to be able to farm Triangle. It's not only about not being able to farm Triangle, you can't be anywhere. They just kill threat at every stage of the map for them. And now, they want the Roche, Aegis Cheese, as well as a Shard. Who does a Shard go to in this game? I imagine it goes to the Sven, right? So that you can get the Stormhammer Dispel. That way you can get rid of the Iron Shell. Which is a significant difference in the middle of the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And indeed, Fly is the one to pick it up. So now we do not have access to Iron Shell anymore. Also, interestingly enough, is one of these spells is dispellable. Yeah, Morty's Kisses. Can dispel Morty's Kisses. I mean, you dispel with the stun anyway, to be fair. Can dispel Iron Shell. I believe you can also dispel the Overpower. So the Ursa is also going to be far less of a threat in these engagements. Is this a gem that Oli has? Okay, no, it just had a sentry out. $19K net worth right now for the Sven. 6K up on Poyoyo. This is always going to be this dynamic. Vici Gaming just weren't able to play with this extremely high tempo required from the draft. Or rather, even when they did play like that, IG were able to fight them back every step of the way. Trying to force out this tier 2 tower in the top lane, putting some damage there. Okay, ceremonial roll picked up. They give it to the Lesher actually, right? Yeah. Yo, Seri robe on Emo, Imp Claw on Fly. Destruction Orb on JT. Yeah, life's good. The only way the life could get better is if they somehow got a Philosopher's Stone on the Phoenix. They end up losing their tier 2 tower on the top lane, but meh, whatever. Radiant tier 2 top, who cares? And they're trying to maybe force here on the high ground. They have already a crit stick that Fly has. He's trying to develop that into a Daedalus as well. Yeah, they have to come back and defend this. Emo, Diabolic Edict, the Living Armor to protect him. Can just use the spell, go down to the low ground and wait. Once Living Armor's back, once Diabolic is back, going again, baby. And unless they start a fight on the side of Vici Gaming, there's not much they can do to stop this. But remember, if they start a fight, now they're in the awful position where Kaka can make sure that the Supernova Egg is really far away from the Snapfire, so she can't actually close the gap with the low Shredder. Jump in, okay, Ori looking for the fight. Will they be able to open this one up? BKB now, not going to be necessary just yet by anybody. Everybody's still playing very safe. Poyoyo kept his BKB. Ori didn't take too much damage. DY is just in the business of taking away all the Radiant Vision. And IG not feeling super comfortable about this, but remember, they still do have the Aegis. Who did they give the cheese to? The cheese is on the Sven. So they have many bites at this cherry. They are now going to get the Yules out onto the Tiny. There's also going to be the Arena of Blood. They're protecting the egg. Look how far away DY is. Egg will pop. Ori is dead. Next to fall is going to be PYW. Both of them have to buy back. Can they force them away? Fly, BKB will go down. PYW did go in with the hook shot. Going to be able to find two heroes inside the power cards at the same time, though. Ori outside of the fight. Fly, taking way too much damage. Pops the cheese to stay alive. They used up Poyoyo to keep him away from putting too much damage forward. PYW gets the Snapfire Cookie to keep himself up. Poyoyo with the enrage, turning up with the damage, but Fly has even more. God Strike on the back under the fight to take down Old 11. And now Poyoyo, no more BKB, no more protection. Will just end up losing his life. Gets brought down by Emo, and that is going to secure them a full lane of racks, perhaps even more. No buyback on the Ursa, no buyback on the Tiny. You already used it. So they're just going to look for the two lanes, and they still have the Aegis available. Doxia will buy back, so they'll respect the Doxia buyback. At the same time, JT uses the arena as Emo gets tossed back into the base. Can they get the left track out of trouble? He's inside some power cogs right now. Can they destroy them? Vacuum, nicely done by Old 11. Does the necessary damage to take the first life. And now, Fly has already committed the cheese as well. Ori taking way too much damage. Ori, he's gonna die. That's the dieback on the Tiny. They also get the God Strength out on Fly, which allows him to cleave through the rest of Vici Gaming on the back lines. And Vici realize when they've given all that they can give. GG, well played is called. IG. Woo! We're going to a game 3. That's what I'm saying. Alright. I'm ready. I'm down. What a game. IG pulled through there in the loss at the end of the game. To be fair though, they pulled through from the beginning. This was a game where they were ahead the entire time, never fell behind. Honestly, their draft was just a lot better. A lot better than the draft in the first game, and a lot better than what Vici were able to do here. I think where it's sort of, for me, the unconvincing pick was the last pick, Tiny. I don't think Vici got any real mileage out of the Tiny. Like, let's look at Ori's performance in this game. Like 13k hero damage. I mean, he did the most bullet damage, but that's somewhat to be expected from this hero. But just didn't feel like it was able to do all that much. This hero, even though he even got the shot. Okay. End of the day, felt like also Poyoyo, the build he went for, the diffusal build helps a lot if you're fighting consistently. If you're playing into maybe like some Medusa, some Storm Spirit, some Puck or whatever, then you go like diffusal BKB Basher. I can see that kind of build. But in this kind of game, when you're going to be playing against Sven Leshrak, you're going to get outfarmed, and you got drastically, it was pretty bad. Like the degree to which he was being outfarmed by the Sven, like just getting left behind in the dust. But the issue is, went for this fighting build, but the team was never able to find any of these fights. And they were sort of relying as well on PYW being able to find them these long engagements using the hook shot of the clockwork. But in this game, doesn't really end up panning out. So unfortunately, Vici Gaming will end up in a situation where they go down. But fortunately for us, we get game 3. We get game 3. So before game 3 comes online, go stretch your legs, grab a glass of water, get some breakfast if you haven't already. If you haven't already as well, make sure that you're following the channel, pull through in the chat, say hi, hang out with us, and of course, consider becoming a supporter. Be awesome, right? Be like the awesome ones of the day. River God Sobek, boss of the day, definitely, because you came through with that subscription. You know what you are, comrade? You know what you are? You know what you are? There, that's what you are. There's some royalty type things right there. Well done. And of course, Brutal T666 has been putting in that work. Pulled through it with the cheers. So I really appreciate that, comrade. And of course, shout out and thank you to everybody else who has donated over the past and have become patrons. You can find yourself among those coterie of people, get access to the bonus content. River God Sobek, please make sure to go into the Discord. And after you get the Discord, just make sure that I give you your rights in the Discord so that you can access the bonus content that has emerged for everybody that has subscribed, donated. And those of you who haven't been able to access that content, let me know and I will fix that immediately. With that, we're going to be taking a short break. Dota will return, Dota will resume, and iLeague will continue. Game 3 between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming will be back in a flash. Don't go anywhere because we'll be continuing with some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. Welcome back. Definitely the last game that's going to be happening here between these two sides. IG and Vici Gaming has gone the distance. So we'll be seeing now which of them actually has what it takes to get over the finish line, secure themselves their first victory over one another. Both teams, remember, play each other twice in this round robin of the I-League. So let's see what's going to happen. Vici, what you got for us? What you got for us? First pick clock. So they are going to be sticking with the PYW clock. I mean, it might not be him again, but given that they just went for the same support duo, it's most likely him once more on that hero. At the same time, IG go for Mars Phoenix as well from my first game, but interestingly enough, they go for this Disruptor. Almost every Kaka team over the last several years has somehow found a way to involve Disruptor in the 5 position at some point. I mean, I vibes with it. I vibes with it. In this game, I actually like what it gives them. They get the silence, but more important than the silence is the drag back with the glimpse. Wait, what? Is this... Does somebody want to make sure that Vici Gaming knows that it's a third game? Picking the same heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, all 11 Doxia is not banned either. Come on, boys. Do the right thing. That would be like the ultimate flex if back-to-back games you're just like, yo, betting, we're just gonna come through, we bet on ourselves, we know that this draft works, don't add us. I'm hoping that Vici Gaming has that degree of confidence, but let's see. Right now, IG, Phoenix Mars, Disruptor. Who comes next here? Similar to game 1, we still lack damage, but we can get some punch going. Leshrac is probably still pickable. They're not going to want to pick Lesh though. They have lost overall pick. And I think it's generally better to make Emo your pure win condition. So here's the Fly Morphling. Definitely a better matchup versus Ursa than against Spectre from game number 1. You have Waveform to get you outside of the power cogs of the Clockwork.
10 seconds remaining.
And also get away from the Snapfire, can burst her down.
Remaining.
Gives you that big physical, I hope he goes like a physical damage dealing route this game. Okay. Alright. We see this Morphling. And Vici get the Doom. So they were holding off on picking up a hero for all 11. Thankfully it's not going to be his Doxia that we saw earlier. Instead it's going to be the Doom that gets picked up now. You effectively just eliminate the Morphling, complicate his life, and say, yeah fam, you're not team fighting today, sorry. See now, the ban on the Jug, Wraith King, they obviously need to protect the Supernova Egg on the side of IG as much as humanly possible. One big thing about Doom as well, in this kind of game, is that it's sort of, there's certain mid heroes that you can't really pick right now. Ironically, some of them are banned. But with Doom being in the picture, it's like, yeah, we can't really play that hero. Gives them also a situation where they can catch back up quite well on the off lane, no matter how it goes. It's just Doom, you know, Doom doing Doom things. Where is this gonna go? Wraith King, also another hero that we see being removed right now. Oh, man, that hero is so annoying to play against though. One of the most annoying, just in the entire game. So what is Emo gonna play here? Vici. They're not convinced that this is necessarily Fly Morphling. Emo has played Morphling for IG in the past, so it's not entirely atypical for him to be the one to run this rather than Fly, so that you at least leave the safe lane.
Give something a bit more active to Fly. Let's see. They're taking a lot of time with this ban as well from the side of Vici Gaming. So it seems that they're also a little bit uncertain as to exactly which is going to be the hero that they make the biggest decision to remove. It's Emo's Leshrak from the previous game. They do not trust that this is going to be necessarily his hero either, so they're just banning out heroes they don't want to play against. I've seen the Chinese sort of pioneer this particular way of drafting where when the enemy has this very flexible hero, you just don't care. You don't ban for the lane, you ban for your strategy. You say, what two heroes do we think giving this to them with the heroes they already have would be good despite the configuration of the lanes? And the answer for them is the Lesh. DP gets banned against them. So what do we have middle? What's Ori playing? Ori's playing his Shadow Fiend. Okay, we saw this being banned in the previous game. They're the ones that banned this, right? They actually... Was it them or IG? I think it was them that banned the SF last game. British Vidya. Shout out, fam. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. That's the important thing, that you're having fun. That's all that matters. IG. What do we have for our final pick here? DK's in the game. Kunka's in the game. There's no DP. It's banned. Void Spirit's in the game. I like DK. A hero that like you can just go ultimate and you don't care if you get doomed afterwards. And you can spend a lot of time being very, very, very annoying in the fight. Can soak up a lot of the Vici attention. If this was Elephant, I'd 100% say they're going to pick DK here for Somnus. But what's Emo in the mood for? Okay. This time they do go for the Templar. It's actually funny, I was calling for this in the last game, but they grab it now. Okay. So, let's see A for Emo. I can vibe with this, I can roll with this, I can see this working out for me. The main thing, the main issue, the main problem that we have in this situation is for the side of IG, they are at some point desperately gonna need these BKBs, man. Yo. They're gonna need these BKBs. But the TA lane dumps the Shadow Fiend. It's really bad. It's one of the worst. It's bad enough to be in counter territory, right? The TA is gonna dumpster the Shadow Fiend. Doom's gonna try his utmost best in the fights to deal with either Morphling or TA. It's probably gonna be the Morph a lot of times. Poyoyo. It's exactly the same lane as we saw in the previous game. I'm hoping DY doesn't leave him as exposed as often, because if that happens, we're gonna see a similar result. But if that doesn't happen, we could see that top lane go a lot better for Poyoyo. I like IG. I like IG. Yeah, I'm going with IG on this one. I think IG is the future. The future. Little do you know, but IG is actually future. That would be hilarious. Yo, does someone wanna... do y'all remember Waka Flocka? The rapper came to TI. Which was, you know, pretty awesome, pretty dope, pretty pog. Now I'm wondering... oh, does someone wanna find out if our boy... Oh wait, my overlay is a bit out of whack. Hold on, I'm gonna just move it back into position. I've been making too many changes and it's hard to... Unfortunately, OBS doesn't have a change log, which is pretty stupid. Would be dope, would be cool. But yeah, mid lane is not gonna go well. It's gonna be kind of complicated. It's gonna be very problematic. A lot of pressure is on Doom this game. I think he has to have a stellar game on all 11. I don't think this is the kind of game where they can have like an absent Doom. He can't just be a Doom machine. He has to be active in these fights and doing stuff. We need to see him get the correct creeps. We need to see him using some decent movement to just try and draw attention away from IG, but it's going to be a hard ask because they are going to be playing definitely from a somewhat behind position because of this mid lane. Let's see what Ori can do right now, blocking what he can. We'll see how things go from here. Old 11 will just go ahead and devour the range creep. Very annoying, but it is what it is. So for Shadow Fiend, you know, normally the dynamic for Shadow Fiend is such that the early lane against a lot of the heroes you play against, you don't do so well, but then once you get level 3, 4, 5, especially 5, then you just peak and you go ahead of them. But it's somewhat the opposite here, where it starts a lot better than it ends. So Ori, do what you need to do now, because opportunities will not be often presented to you for you to keep this pressure going as the lane extends. It's not like it's a game that's like by itself the entire game is awful. It's just a lane that sucks. Emo now level 2. Level 3 is where it really starts to ramp up, but we'll see how things go once we reach that particular point in time. For now, Shadow Fiend has done the right thing. Gotten as much CS as he could have gotten out of the first 2 waves. I think he got like a range creep out of it as well. I don't know if he denied the opposing one, unfortunately. 0 denies to his name at the moment. But nonetheless, still decently happy with what's happened here in the mid lane. Down bottom. Fly being backed up by Ollie. In the first game, he had a Abaddon in this lane to protect him. Unfortunately, it was a Abaddon into Slaughter. Not necessarily a matchup where you can rely on the Abaddon for protection under those circumstances. This time around, with it being Disruptor and him playing this Morphling hero that can always waveform away when in trouble, does mean that things are a bit easier. They're going to end up losing the Morphling Courier though. That's a big deal. Definitely not nothing. PYW will also just run around, putting out some harass, but he knows that there's no real damage that they'll be able to throw out onto Fly. We take a quick gander out of the top lane. Poyoyo on the Ursa Warrior. Just trying to get as much farm as he can in that lane. This time around, DY not really leaving for many excursions, so that means that DY will be able to prevent the Ursa from dying. But it still does seem to be the case that the Mars Phoenix getting everything they want out of that lane as it stands. I want to see what build Disruptor's going to go for this game. It's one of these other heroes that I'm not exactly sure how it should be played right now in the meta. I've seen some really good Disruptor games and some really poor ones. So I'm trying to still figure it out mentally as well. Must say, in this game it does feel like it's going to be a game that I personally would not want to be playing Shadow Fiend. Because I have to rush BKB this game, right? Like, very, very fast. I know normally Shadow Fiends get early BKBs anyway, but it is imperative in this game. Like, how do you play this game as Shadow Fiend without BKB, dude? So that means you can't... I mean, you can probably maybe go Yule's first, but the maximum is like Yule's BKB or Yasha BKB. It can't be like SNY BKB. Has to be cheap item into BKB. Otherwise, glimpses, static storms, kinetic fields, spears of Marses. This is a lot. It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to deal with. Fly. We have seen him on the morph earlier today. He's back on the morph once more. Didn't look so hot in game 1, but that was just a warm-up. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if the major winner one of the only people on the planet, right, who play Dota 2, who has a land victory for themselves in the year 2020 and 2021. Good times, man. Good times. Also, I'm going to be interested in seeing the build of this Ursa. If he's going to go for Diffusal again. Back in the day, Diffusal Blade used to be one of the big hard counter items to the Morphling. Obviously that got changed with the changes to the attribute shift. But in this game, we might actually see it again. We already saw Poyo building Diffusal Blade in the previous game. The decision might be, well, this item can be super useful against what we have in terms of opposition right now. Now it does seem to be just a farm war all across the map. Farm war that Vici, if we take a look at net worth, are currently, they're winning-ish, but losing out on Ursa. Speaking of Ursa, never mind, Ursa's at the top now. They find its first blood to make matters worse, bringing down the Kaka Phoenix in the top lane. Don't know where they caught him, but they did. They bring him down. Nice kill. There's also one of the really nice things about having this disruptor against Clockwork. It's one of the few heroes that can prevent some of the more aggressive Clockwork plays, either with Glimpse or Kinetic Field. Just make that hero have to use his ultimate basically. And like he has to use it on Disruptor, otherwise you can always just get Glimpse back. Yo, this Glimpse spell is actually going to be a major complication for them in this game. The Disruptor spell, so Clockwork might be fine thinking I've got Hookshot. The same is not true of the Shadow Fiend, Doom, and the Ursa. Ursa might buy Blink this game, but they need BKBs on everybody else. They're trying to go on to Emo though, here in the mid lane. They catch him inside these cogs. They are going to be the refraction charges. Unfortunately, because of the low shredder, can take off the refraction heads up. And they do manage to find themselves a quick kill onto the Templar Assassin. And they're not done just yet. Ori actually sticks around to get a double kill, and he might not be finished because Kaka doesn't have Icarus Dive anymore. It's going to be a triple kill for Ori. Alright, that's one way to come out of a Shadow Fiend versus TA matchup. Just bring in your supports, get a quick triple kill, be at the top of the net worth now by 700 gold. Alright, it's easy. All you scrubs, when you're playing your pubs and you complaining about, oh, I'm countered in lane, man. They've got this mid lane counter. Ori showing you, why don't you just get a triple kill? Just get a triple kill, then there's no problem. JT feels like he has to commit the arena top. Poyo was closing in on the distance, so probably the wise decision there made by JT. In fact, he sticks around a little bit too long because Poyo got thrown forward with the Snapfire cookie, so he's looking for the opportunity to catch out the Smalls. JT can't even turn and spear him before losing his own life, but has Poyo flown too close to the sun on this one? They do have the glimpse available from Ollie. He's looking for the chance. What a slow from DY. It's only level 1 glimpse, so there's not enough range. However, because of all this movement and the supports being present in the top lane, Vici Gaming get the read that also Fly is isolated bottom and a perfect target for the first Doom of the game. Old 11 getting a solo kill bottom. Oh my god, the entire map. Vici Gaming. TA dies middle. Mars dies top. Now they end up losing Morphling middle, then the bottom, all in the space of 90 seconds. Feels bad, man. This is somewhat problematic for IG. Being very euphemistic, but yes. What will they do? Doom building into a Midas. JT wants to get power treads. Has a soul ring now. And with Emo right behind him, they want to be able to get something going, because if they can get a quick kill, they maybe turn that into the first component of this Diffusal Blade. DY gonna get glimpsed back, but at the same time, look what happens again to the Morphling. Brought down by Ori, who made this rotation to the bottom lane. He's building Shadow Blade on the SF. Okay. Alright, Ori. Man, Vici Gaming are crazy ahead right now. Poyo might be in trouble. He will end up dodging the Spear of Mars, but there's no more arena for them to threaten him with. They know he has Enrage as well, so glimpsing him might not be the best idea. Kaka, though, on the far side of this fight, does not have Supernova rather. DY did glimpse back, but That is still going to be the TP completing now from the SF. JT just dead. You see what DY did there? DY did the right thing. Whenever you're playing against Disruptor, you gotta TP into the trees first. Try bait out a glimpse from the Disruptor. And DY baits it out. Sends him back just in front of the tier 1. So now suddenly SF can TP in safely. Had SF TP'd in first without the cover of the glimpse already being baited out, then suddenly SF shows up. He's the one that gets glimpse back. And IG maybe feel confident enough to try to take a fight. Probably not anyway because of how low the heroes were. But still, great play there from Vici Gaming. And with Old 11 still farming, his Midas coming in off the courier. This Doom is going to be humongous this game. Get this man the early Giant Ring, because that's how he's going to be feeling with his net worth. He's going to be spamming these diamond hands in chat, baby. Mid lane, Kaka in so much trouble. They fortunately don't have the instant damage to burst them. PYW doesn't want to have to commit the hook shot just on a lowly Phoenix. On the bright side for IG, they still do have their tier 1 tower in the mid lane. So things are not going... It's not a complete slide into malarkey, chaos and madness. Fly. Once the D-Lance, as expected, has the chipped vest as well. Let's see what else everybody else has been picked up. Faded Brooch for the TA. Ironwood Tree for the Phoenix. Keen Optic for Mars. That's pretty good, but I would prefer the Keen Optic on the Disruptor. So when they get the next tier of items, I would like to see them shift that over. On the side of Vici, they are looking for a kill right now, so we'll have to be pretty quick about it. Possessed Mask on the Ursa. Faded Brooch on the SF Fly. Just farming. Gonna get hook shotted. PYW opening it up. They found the Doom. They got it. He's dead. He's dead. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Puyo will get glimpsed back. Okay, are they actually taking this fight? Looks like it. They have an arena down. The Requiem triggered out by the SF. Ori will send JT away. Morty's kisses were peppering the area, so JT didn't have an appetite to sit inside his own arena. Oli will be caught out by PYW on the other side of the fight, and will be able to bring him down. Do they take the tower though, which is what they really want? That's the big prize here. PYW will find himself... spear doesn't connect. If the spear had connected, maybe he dies here. But unfortunately, it does not. Fly did steal his form away, hoping to try and push him away with some cogs or something, but will not be so lucky in this situation. They don't manage to get the tower on the side of Vici Gaming, but they still have secured themselves a 4k gold lead. Yeah, I don't want to say it, but I think that death was a mistake. That should never have happened from Fly. I'm looking at their vision that's available, where the observer ward is. He died here, like by the outpost. They don't have any vision here at all. Even the low ground vision that they have is definitely not adequate to defend against the push when you're the one there on dire high ground playing as Radiant team. Fly, definitely questionable decision making there. Old 11, Jabate's movement. Can they kill him? They've drawn the fight in two different directions. They get the glimpse back onto the SF. Do they have the damage? Fly really wants him. Fly, can he get this kill? One waveform ought to do it, and indeed it does. Fly ending a mega kill streak. Emo now looking for DY, but they cannot find him, and JT doesn't have the spear at the time. Only comes back as the TP completes. Massive amount of gold going into the Morphling now. Ended a mega kill streak, gets 500 for himself. And that right there was why you need BKB. That's why this is happening. Going straight into the BKB. The Shadow Blade, I can't pretend I'm the biggest fan of this item personally right now. At least, like, I love the Silver Edge upgrade, but just Shadow Blade, I'm like, I prefer Yules on this hero. I mean, even in that situation where Shadow Blade might have been very good, you know, part of the rationale could be if I have Shadow Blade, I'm not always in vision to get glimpsed back. Doesn't seem to matter. They glimpse them back anyway. And they're gonna try go for another fight because now JT has the arena back online. We have Only the Blink Dagger on the TA. Admittedly, Emo doesn't actually have a lot of farm, but uh-oh. Guess who they caught? It's the SF. Clips back once more. Guess who doesn't have any protection right now? And, man, they were very desperate for this kill on the side of IG as they even pop Supernova. That's not going to trigger onto anybody else. Old 11 will find himself Static Storm. No follow-up Doom, baby. There is an Arena as well. JT does not even die. They do enough damage with the boys to bring down the Doombringer. Now the Clips is back. Poyoyo was in the middle of everything, and he ends up losing his life as well. Enrage or no, 3 heroes have fallen. IG keeping the chase going, looking for DY as well. The Snapfire, absolutely no hope of survival. 4 heroes eviscerated, and IG off the back of the Glimpse play onto the Shadow Fiend. This is so reminiscent of what we saw in game 2. In game 2, IG almost threw the entire game, where they made that play with Firefly, right? In a similar region of the map even, where he went forward, too far forward, got caught out, but the rest of IG still decided to take the follow-up fight and got demolished in it. Mid lane though, we will see they're going to try and get some quick revenge onto Old 11, and they will succeed. But, okay, cool. That's Doom down. All your heroes put it middle for this. If you don't get the tower from this, it's a huge win for us, but they'll probably get the tower now. Okay, yeah, they will get the tower. But I don't understand why Vici went back in on that fight. I mean, I get that Supernova was down, but such a dangerous engagement. PYW trying to buy space. Ori desperately right-clicking the tower. Old 11 will interrupt the Sunray, but they still lose PYW. Ori has done the job, taken the tower. Everybody else trying to flee, but now Fly is showing up. They find Old 11, glimpse him back into the rest of the team. There's going to be an arena as well. What a fear! Oh god, they caught Fly in the middle of him morphing Agi to do damage onto the poorly caught out Old 11 Doom, but he was just baiting, and now deeper into the fight is the SF, but now SF inside Static Storm. Not again. We've seen this movie before. Emo though now has to try fight against the entire world. Poyoyo right in his face. They do at least get Old 11, but it costs the life of the Templar Assassin to do so. Poyoyo, what more can he get from this? They throw out these Morty's kisses. Is this enough damage? Poyoyo now has to flee. With Supernova being dropped down, JT, no matter how tantalizing a target he may seem, Kaka has provided enough cover to allow the Mars to escape, and 3 heroes will fall. IG. Very painful fight for them. This gold chain is absolutely not accurate, because it's not taking into account this Morphling death. Oof. So painful, so painful. That is huge. This series has just been an exhibition showcase of why Dota 2 is a game of margins. Close margins, one small thing making the difference. Oh. If Fly is not at that exact moment morphing Agi, he lives. But he is at that exact moment morphing it, so he dies. Wonderful. You'll set the middle. They're gonna try and get a grab onto PYW. They gonna attempt to commit the full arena for this. I say attempt because Vici Gaming are having none of it. With the hook shot, Snapfire cookie from DY, they are like, no thank you. We already bought tickets to the arena last season. We're cool right now. We're not trying to see this show again. Doom Top might end up being thrown out onto Fly, but this time around they recognize the morph. And Old 11 will not be able to bring him down solo. This actually might be, in this patch, one of the slowest blink deso timers I've seen on a TA. Doom finally thrown out onto Fly. Static Storm is there, but I think the priority here should be to just get out of this fight. You don't have Supernova either. Nice glimpse back onto Poyoyo. Ollie, man. Yo, real talk. If they win this game, they all have to kiss Ollie's feet and say thank you. Thank you, God, for keeping this game alive. It's actually insane how much work Ollie is doing on the map right now. Like, just this entire game. Even the kill that led all of this off, then being able to bring down the Shadow Fiend, all Ollie, all the way. There's a fight now on Old 11. Do they have enough damage to kill him? They do with the waveform in. Now though, let's see if Vici Gaming still decides to fight. They've equalized the numbers by bringing down Kaka. PYW Snapfire Cookie will not keep him alive, and now Ollie, look who it is, gets another glimpse. They will be able to bring down DY. The fear does end up affecting JT, and allows for a double kill onto Ori. Simultaneously though, definitely a good fight for the side of IG. They pick up 3, and they just got this Desolator right as Orochi becomes available. And with Fly also having the E-Blade, this should be the big man falling. They have enough damage to make this happen. And Vici Gaming, because they also committed the Requiem and they committed the Doom, like in the last few minutes, it'll be very difficult for them to contest the Roshan fight right now. But it seems like IG want to at least wait for JT to be online before they attempt to go in for the Aegis. Wait, do they want to fight? I feel like you just go smoke for Roche, right? I don't think you have to fight for this. Because this Roche falls really quickly, but they're gonna go for the fight. JT does have Blink Dagger, so this is also a decent reveal. Oh man, if they could find Old 11, what a time to be alive. All right, let's see, can they kill him? Yes, they can. Spear back. They're not even gonna commit the arena because they realize they just have the jump on him. They have enough damage. Definite guaranteed Roshan right now, and Vici Gaming can do absolutely nothing to stop it. Yet again, the early Yule's pickup from Kaka. This time around, it wasn't just from pure farm. He does have the Philosopher's Stone as a boost to the early GPM. Honestly, I feel like this item is so good on Phoenix, because Phoenix is one of these support heroes that excels with farm. Personally, I never see a need to take this item off. I feel like if you have this on Phoenix, you keep it on Phoenix. Like the whole game, it's kind of like Nether Shaw for certain carries, where it's like, why would you ever want to get rid of this? Now, hookshot. Oh, they find TA, Emo. This could be a very nice pickup here. Sunray is going to be healing her up for now. Will she stay alive from the first life? No, she will not. She ends up losing it. Do they want to take the follow-up fight? There's going to be a Doom, but it's too late. There's already the arena, but it doesn't really matter because all they wanted was the huge pop of the Requiem. And it does indeed burst down Emo. No Templar Assassin. Do they want to take the follow-up fight? Nice Static Storm. Doesn't hold anybody back though. Poyoyo just gets isolated. Seems like IG are just trying to flee, but now they come with a buyback. Okay, maybe they want to go back in for this. They don't have a supernova anymore, but the kinetic field does catch in Old 11. He is still kept up in the vicinity. He gets brought down. Quick kill. DY not allowed to TP home the safety either because there's a quick glimpse from Ollie to enable Fly to get a double kill. Not sure that's worth a buyback, but I'm also not sure they get the kill onto the Doom. They probably actually kill Doom without it. But then if they don't buy back, then Vici don't flee, and them fleeing seems crucial to them getting that kill. It's an early buyback, honestly. Kind of a wash at this point. It's not fun to have to expend the money. That's the only part that's really awful about it. But in terms of what it buys you on the map, I suppose puts the fear of God in Vici. But you desperately need BKB now. Going for the Hurricane Pike next, but I think you'll also need BKB on the Templar Assassin. He might be thinking to himself that perhaps because he's playing against Doom and he's going to be such a reliable Doom target that doesn't want to bother, but I kind of feel there's some of these spells that you're playing against that are proving to be really problematic right now. Poyoyo also did not opt for a farming route in this game, did indeed go for the BKB diffusal route. Definitely has shown its value, makes him a very high fighting threat, and Vici has been fighting as often as this kind of build demands. Speaking of fighting, quick jump and kill onto PYW as he just gives up his life. But given that the last couple of times this have happened, it's also led to deaths on your offlaner. You're probably happy dying there, but you're not happy with DY getting brought down. Another double kill for Fly. And JT has found Poyoyo. Oh god, look where this poor bear is at. Okay. TP out with the BKB, but that's a 9-second BKB already whittled down to 7. Vici does still have quite a bit of farm on themselves, but Emo's catching up. Fly still at the top of the overall net worth. He bought himself a BKB, which I think is an amazing item on this hero right now. So now let's see where he goes. We're looking towards Daedalus, a Butterfly, a Skadi. Personally, I think Skadi is probably the better one for this game. Yep, there we go. What a game it's been for Vici Gaming. The thing that sucks for them though is that even in the event that they end up winning this game, they still have to play against RNG next, like immediately afterwards. So they'll kind of need this win just for the mental fortitude required to play 2 best of 3s in a day. If you lose this one, if they lose this one, they either lose to RNG or they'll have to sweep them 2-0. Like, momentum is such a finicky thing. And lately RNG has not been looking terrible. But let's see what's gonna happen though. There's a smoke up from the side of Vici. They're heading up onto the hill. Emo, what a time to be alive. They not only get the Doom onto Wolf, but they also trap Emo. They push him back. This Doom should allow them to get this kill. JT gets off a nice arena, but it's not going to be enough to save anybody. The Supernova though is going to pop and stun nobody. And they just chase down Emo. They find him in the trees, bring him down. Vici Gaming. Everybody trying to escape. Kaka TP's out. JT. Woo! So close. So close. So close. That would have been a disaster if they'd caught out at least one more. I mean, 2 dying is already terrible. One of the worst case scenarios, actually. Actually, no, let me take that back. That fight was actually the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario in the sense that the first hero to get hook-shotted is the Templar Assassin. The reason that's a worst case scenario for their fight is that TA ideally needs to be able to come in and dish out this damage, not be the first one jumped on and finding herself immediately without refraction. When you're without refraction as TA, you don't make aggressive moves. All you do is make defensive ones. So now you immediately have to retreat from the fight, which gives them time now on the rest of Vici because they'd also gotten the Doom at the same time out onto Fly. And I don't believe he'd gotten off the Morph at the time. No, he didn't. So they're like, we 100% know that this Morphling is going to die. We don't actually have to focus him at all. Let's chase TA. JT realizes this. He's like, crap, this sucks. I have to use Arena to try to block this off. But they have BKBs, baby. Speaking of BKBs, Poyoyo will get glimpsed back bottom. Doesn't want to have to commit his own one. As JT uses the Arena to open up space between himself and Old 11 and Poyoyo. IG, regretful turn of events. Any other 2 heroes caught with the hookshot Doom, they can maybe still take that fight, but those particular 2 heroes make it 100% impossible. They're now going to look for Poyoyo, however. Look at the damage from the burst. He's still alive. Static Storm will come out. BKBs pop by Old 11 and Poyoyo, however, which will allow them to flee away. Fly is still chasing forward. Be a little bit careful, my friend. 10-second BKB notwithstanding. 9-second, excuse me. They do use the Adaptive Strike to secure the kill onto Old 11. Wasn't the primary target they jumped on, but still a target that they'll happily take home to the bank. Alright, so Disruptor, how far are you from the Aghanim Scepter, buddy? Hey, that's what we like to see. If he had that Ags there, that's 2 heroes dead. Poyoyo is 100% gone as well. If they can somehow keep this hidden until they get Static Storm back online, man, that fight will be devastating, especially because they just got back the arena. 30 seconds until Static Storm's up. The vision isn't that great right now, but at the moment there aren't any dire wards scouting him either. So if he can keep this kind of movement, keep him off the map, yeah, go take a fight. Because Vici Gaming will still feel bullish about their chances in a full-on engagement, feeling to themselves, well, we've got the BKB on this Ursa, BKB on Doom, BKB on Shadow Fiend, you know. We can still turn all these on, have massive amounts of spell damage and physical damage, is all good. And better yet, I think Vici's coming for them. There we go. Vici's coming for them. This is great. If Oli doesn't die first, this fight will be devastating for Vici Gaming. It'll all depend on the positioning of this disruptor. Kaka breaks the smoke. And where's the static storm? There it is. No BKBs. There's also going to be the arena under 3. 3 heroes inside the static storm. Fly. Inside and dishing out the damage. They've already lost 2. Make that 3. JT's the only one to have taken a tumble so far. Kaka did buy back, however. Poyoyo now completely isolated. And he will die. Double kill for Fly. What did I just say? Is there a BKB used by Shadow Fiend? Nope. Also, it wasn't trapped inside it, but Doom and Shadow Fiend both caught inside the static storm. Oli, exactly what we wanted to see right there. Position behind Kaka in the fight. You can leave the Phoenix to be very far forward. You know that he has Icarus Dive and or Supernova, and he has buyback. So if he dies, it doesn't really matter. He ends up dying happily to give up his life in that situation, to open up for the arena onto 4, but crucially the static storm onto 3, catching both Shadow Fiend and Doom. Fight impossible, fight completely over. Fly walks in, cleans up everybody, now has an Aegis Aghanim shot as well, so he gets the super adaptive strike, which is crazy. Alright, IG. Oli, what a god. And I'm sure, you know how happy they are right now, right? As the team, they must have been thinking to themselves, alright guys, we just got this Aghanim Scepter. If we get the jump, we can win this fight 100% of the time, guaranteed. The only issue is, we don't really have vision on their side of the map. Where do we really go to jump them? This feels kind of complicated. Little do they know that Vici would have the appetite to smoke up, go high ground, into no vision, and take a fight. So IG's like, oh sweet, awesome. Hell, Oli might have even been saying, yo, some carry, finish farming so we can smoke and use this Axe. But sometimes the enemy comes to you, and now Fly, whoo! Demolished with the damage underneath this tier 1 tower. Will he get bursted away as well? With the Requiem, indeed he will, and he does lose most of his HP. They do get the kill. JT yet again trying to save somebody from that Requiem target, but will only end up giving up his own life in the process. As 3 heroes now fall, and Vici Gaming are the ones to get the tally. It feels like every time they're able to set up that combo of killing you through Aegis, and then by the time you come back, they know there's no opportunity for you to actually get off any of your BKB or defensive spells before you get hit by Requiem. You're gonna eat the Requiem no matter what. And then it's just a gamble to see if you can survive. And this time IG lose that gamble. Coin toss. So that means Goldgraph suddenly back in favor of Vici Gaming. Told you all it was going to be a slobber knocker, and the two teams are delivering. Tier 2 tower now in jeopardy as Vici look to bring this down in the bottom lane. Ori well on route towards picking up a butterfly here. Emo's going to be in some danger. Hook shot. Can they keep Emo alive? Emo does not have BKB, remember. Hurricane Pike onto the high ground. Still being chased. Oh, Emo. What a player. Game-saving stuff right there. Not just because you survived, but look who went for him. The whole team. Just now, they were bottom, right? Pushing on a tier 2 tower. They claimed an outpost. Now, because they failed to get that kill, it's possible for IG to smoke back. They know for a fact there won't be any heroes in their own jungle. And they have wards on Dire Triangle, scouting out right now that an SF with a Doom are basically alone in this area. Honestly, Emo, calm down, dude. Relax. Just chill. If Emo dies there, this doesn't happen. This can't happen. There's no way they can make this play with Emo in the dirt. But with Emo alive, not only can you make this play, after this play is made, Vici now have to go up the hill and defend because it's possible to have buildings taken. I say that, but they're going in for a fight. Do they have buyback on Doom? They do. I suppose that they are worried about losing control of this part of the map for when Roshan eventually comes back. IG, to their credit, not going to take the bait. Still sticking together as a full unit. There's no way IG comes up the hill again. Like, fighting here where the outpost is, when you think the enemy might be going into that area and a bit spread out, is one thing. But when you know for a fact they're on high ground by Dire Triangle, when you just took a very bad fight on Radiant Triangle, you let that one go. In 70 gold, SF will have buyback again. In 170, Snapfire will have buyback. Then it's only the TA and the Phoenix. TA lacks the gold. Phoenix just has it on cooldown. Does seem like both teams will be largely content to await the next Roche. Still quite a while before the big man is back online, so it's going to be a long wait. Definitely one of those interesting games that can also scale relatively infinitely because neither team has a decided advantage in the uber late game even. And life gets complicated for everybody as these BKBs get lower and lower. Right now the true X factor is Ollie with this Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. Provided he's in position, yeah, fights can't be taken. I mean, Vici already at the point where they have to consider just preempting their BKB activations before they even get into the fight. Everything's basically at 6 seconds anyway, so who cares? Wait, isn't Ursus already at 6? Yeah, Ursus is actually 6. So should Dooms. Okay, Dooms still has 7, luckily. I love how they're giving the TA these tomes of experience to try and get her to 25. In this game, I don't think they need the Melt Hit Bash. You definitely want the Refraction instances. There's actually an absurd amount of damage you'll start tanking from Vici once you have that up. I mean, if you had that up plus BKB, it'd be a different story, but 2020 and 2021 have taught me not to hope for all the nice things in life. Gem now snagged up by the Snap with a smoke, and they're actually porting to where the SF is, so they want to try and initiate a fight around this area, maybe get some D wards while they're at it. Oof. Old 11 actually reached forward hoping to find somebody with the Centaur Conqueror War Stomp, but unfortunately nobody home. Also, unfortunately, I don't think IG cares, frankly. I think the only thing they care about is this upcoming Roche. I mean, look how they've been playing, like in positioning across the map. They've never actually gone up this hill. They've left the outpost. They're just playing this area here. Things looking quite good right now for IG. But still very tense because anything can happen. They can find a good hook shot. We've seen that these fights can turn in favor of Vici. Poyoyo also building into an MKB now that he sees that Butterfly is online for this TA. Also, Morph went back for Lincoln Sphere instead of going straight up for the Scotty. Ah, that makes sense. Oh man, SF gets a ninja gear? Are you kidding me? Okay, I think they give that to the Doom though, right? And the SF can keep the quiver. Doom sitting with the headband. Nah, dude, get the ninja gear. Yeah, there we go. Maybe you give the headband to Snapfire, but she already has the Stormcrafter, and that's kind of good because you don't have Yules yourself. I don't know. Let's see what they're gonna do here. Big fight might break out here middle. Vici would be best advised not to take this fight and just stall until you can get into the Roshan pit. Also, make sure you got those buybacks ready. Fight gonna break out? No. Okay, no fight. Cool. So no fight breaking. You can take a look at these buybacks. Everybody but Snap has Kaka initiating a fight. There's gonna be also the Static Storm. They don't mind losing Kaka because Poyoyo's gonna go first. Oh, will they lose Kaka? The Supernova pops onto 3 different heroes. DY trying to flee for his life after Poyoyo and Old 11 have already been taken down, but will not be so lucky. Yet again, Ollie will just drag him back. This support duo from IG just doing the Lord's work. Poyoyo dives back in to kill Kaka. Will be able to find the kill. Has the PKP active. And they're just trying to stall this out. They're buying time. They end up losing PYW. He might have to buy back. Old 11 at the forefront of the fight has Doom at the ready if he wants to use it. Damage going forth. There's going to be Poyoyo jumping onto Fly. Pops the cheese, stays alive. Old 11 dives back. will not be available for the fight for another 105 seconds. We do see SF in a lot of danger, being kept alive by the ghost form, but ethereal form not going to be good enough, and eventually he takes a tumble as well. His buyback also necessary. The more these kisses from afar at the very least bring down JT, so PYW doesn't have to commit his own life forward to be able to make that happen. But good God, this was expensive. Just for JT's life and Kaka's life, it cost 3 heroes, buybacks. Oh, everybody bought back actually on the side of IG, on Vici, excuse me. Literally everybody. And yet again, it starts with Oli being able to have the static storm down onto Poyoyo. And Poyoyo can do nothing. Literally nothing. Couldn't even destroy the supernova. To be fair, it is level 18 Nova. Doesn't have Aghanim Scepter just yet though. So that's going to make things even worse if that eventually does come out. But this combo is actually too sick. Icarus died into Yule Scepter, Static Storm. What on earth are you actually supposed to do? And because they know that there's no Doom, they can take the Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim's Scepter as well. Oh, would you look at that? My man Oli. Okay, this time around PYW. Good for the money with the hook shot. Oli was not fast enough with the Static Storm, so there will be a surviving hook. Very nicely done there by the clock. Oof, nonetheless, that's kind of like, you know, at this point where you're happy about one person surviving, you know, but we're in, the house is on fire and you're saying this is fine territory at this point in time. Vici just struggling all across the map. And with the heroes they have at present, unfortunately, they can't take fights that don't go well for them and that they don't start. If this Doom was not applied onto a TA or a Morph, how do you take these engagements? We've also seen throughout this game how pointless it is for him to Doom the Mars. Every time he's done so, JT's almost always gotten off the arena first and then doesn't care. He's like, Doom me, whatever, dude. Fly is undoomable because he has BKB Lincolns. TA is just so hard to catch at the fight. But the crucial thing is that every single fight is starting minus an SF, minus an Ursa. Feels reliable at this point. So disconcerting. Dude, Oli has a telescope that he's just sitting with it in the backpack. He's just gonna whip this out when they wanna actually go for a fight. For now, he doesn't need it, so he's content to sit with the Philosopher's Stone. Phoenix gave that one up to go for the spider legs. Do feel Philosopher's Stone would still be handy to get you closer to finishing this Aeon disc, but whatever. Kaka has been having a godlike performance. 1-5 and 19, so yo, I'm not gonna knock him. Let's actually see what the kill involvement has been like. Look at this Mars. Are you kidding me? Mars and Fly. Actually, just everyone's kill involvement from IG has been insane. They've been playing very cohesively. It's only really been Emo that hasn't been present for a lot of these kind of movements. Fly involved in 27 kills. Oli in 27. Kaka in 20. Emo only 23. JT 26. My gosh. Some very good team fighting from IG for the most part. Vici Gaming, pick up the Aghanim Scepter for clock, so we have at the very least the overclock to help you out, but not like the clockwork has proved to be survivable in any capacity, so half the time he's also dying at the beginning of the fight. But here comes the high guard push. No buybacks for several minutes. Can they stop this? Old 11 finally gets the Doom out onto the TA, but remember that this hero is in a very comfortable position. Requiem follows this up as well. Do they have the damage to take her down? Yes, they do. Emo, the streak is gone. They do lose Old 11 for this because Fly dove to the far side of the fight with the damage to dish it out on that side. The rest of the team, though, does now have to start fleeing. As Fly still nowhere near actually being brought down. Oh, Hex onto Poyoyo. Can he bring down the Supernova? It gets popped now as well. Will he get it? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Him and PYW do manage to bring it down. Will they take the rest of the fight, however? Fly falling very low on HP, still does have the Aegis, so can pop the first life and come back for another round. Poyoyo beating down onto Evo. This is a brought back Templar Assassin, remember. She cannot afford to die again. She's being kept alive for the time being. Blinks out to safety. PYW throws out some cogs. Nice waveform through with Fly dishing out the damage. Poyoyo also glimpses back but gets a blink away, preventing further damage. But ultimately, the fight still goes the way of IG as they get the team fight, they get the lane of racks, and they want to get the megas. 100 seconds, no clockwork. 40, no doom. 50, no snap. At least 2 lanes of racks here, if not 3. Look how fast they push. This is no joke. This is megas. They're gonna go for this fight though. Static storm! Onto both targets again. Done. Dusted. All he knows, it's another day at the office. It's over. GG. It's GG. Woo! Woo! Ollie. Ollie. My man Ollie is out here. Yo. Yo. That was... Wow. That was something. That was IG. Okay. Well, I wouldn't just say IG, right? This is one of my favorite kind of games that I like to see, where it's the supports, man. The supports made this victory, and it all started. Remember that one fight bottom where IG had taken a somewhat bad engagement? It was very even the game at that point. Vici was still looking strong. Everybody had at least 8 or 7 second BKBs. And then they started that one fight where they tried to get Poyo. Doom saved him in that situation. Both of them popped their BKBs. At the time, Ollie was still building the Aghanim Scepter, right? I'm like, yo, when's this item coming? He gets the item. But the crucial thing is not just getting the item. It's getting the item and waiting. Not using it, not just rushing out on the map to be like, yo, let's go find a fight, but waiting until the ultimate comes back online, and you wait further until your team is ready for this fight. In this case, they got lucky because Vici Gaming literally gave themselves on a silver platter and were like, here, take us, enjoy life. Woo! But damn, the support on IG, Ollie God on this Disruptor, Kaka on the Phoenix. Just applause. Fantastic performance. That was wonderful to watch. I mean, Vici won't be happy with what just happened, but that was some of the major flair that we saw from IG in that game. Game 1 especially did not look good from them at all, but games 2 and 3 seemed legit, especially game 3. And Fly Morphling recovered. He has now given his penance for the awful performance that he gave in game 1. He's apologized. He says, sorry, my bad. And he comes through with a killer performance here in game number 3. And they get the series. IG will go 2-1 over the side of Vici Gaming. I would say, all right, let's see who is... I mean, of course I'm going to do RNG versus Vici. Of course we're doing that. Who gets the... Let's actually make a poll for this. Let's make a poll for this, right? New poll. Who gets the putting in work award? So I think in this game, the only real options for the putting in work award is either Kaka or Ollie. Everybody else played really well, don't get me wrong. You know what? I'll put on Fly as well because he recovered a lot from game 1. But let's see. Let's make this a quick vote. Give it 2 minutes. So vote. Who do you think put in the most work in this game for you? I'm giving my award to Ollie. Yo. Yeah. I used to play Disruptor a lot when I play support. And getting the perfection, not just of the static storms and the kinetic fields, but understanding who to glimpse and when. Because very often Disruptors will just panic glimpse or not glimpse the right target. You're just like, that's the person with the most farm, glimpse them. Or somebody just TP'd in, glimpse them. No. You wait. And you assess when is the correct time to glimpse which target. And Ollie was on point every single time. It was... Wow, that was amazing. Woo! Congratulations, IG. Vici, feels bad to be you. And it feels worse to be you because you can't even... go off into the wind, maybe drink your sorrows away. You have to prepare immediately to jump back into action because RNG is waiting for you. And now one series leads directly into the other. So Vici Gaming will now have to take on the side of RNG. And let's see if maybe a slight demotion in the skill level of their opponents might allow them to come away with the victory. Or if they'll be demoralized enough that RNG are able to take them in a couple of games in the following set. So while they load up for that, go stretch your legs, we'll get some water. I don't think we're too far away from that game starting, actually. Let's see. They'll probably give them like 15 minutes, 15, 20, just to breathe, just get themselves back in a comfortable position. So while that's happening, feed yourself, hydrate yourself, make sure you say hi in chat, follow the channel if you aren't already, if it's your first time here. Also make sure to become a supporter in whatever way you can. You can become a supporter either through subscribing here on Twitch. There's some okay emotes. I'll admit that the emotes are okay. They're not that great just yet. There's 3 really good ones. The other ones I'm still working on. But now that we're partner, yay! Can have like a bajillion of those. So if somebody, right now I'm not very liquid, so somebody wants to send me a free emote and have it featured on in the games, you know, you're very welcome to. Of course, you can also become a supporter through PayPal if you just want to make a one-time donation. But if you don't want to do that, but you want to do something a bit more regular, Patreon is also available. And you can pull through there. There's several different tiers. You get access to some bonus content. You can get access to some special roles in the Discord. It's all fun. It's all good times. But with that, this game's done. The next one is starting. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with some more incredible Dota 2 action.
It's gone. you gon' like you feel me? You gon' like you feel me?
Now, the low
Dragon Ball G.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, ban. Fire team, ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team, ban.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, it took a while, it took a young second, but we are finally out here. Welcome back to Snare Casting as we go and continue with the I-League action for the day. We saw Vici Gaming earlier today going down 2-1 up against the side of Invictus Gaming. It was a close affair, but game 3 in particular, IG just turned on that major winning energy and were able to breeze past. Well, breeze past is being a bit hyperbolic about what the game actually looked like, but nonetheless they snagged themselves a W, and now Vici unfortunately have to play yet again. Now they need to take on the side of RNG and see if they've got enough, got what it takes to get through this particular matchup. So let's see if they've got it. Let's see if they've got it. Of course, as per usual, for those of you here for the first time, come say hi in chat, come hang out with us, greet us, let us know what you think about what's going to be happening between the two Chinese sides. And if you enjoy what you're hearing and you want to become a supporter, of course you can subscribe through Twitch. Hit the big purple button on the main page. There's a large yellow button which allows you to become a one-time donator, and of course there is becoming a patron through patreon.com. All of that's very appreciated, and there's bonus content for y'all who do it. Thank you so much. And now, RNG go for Snapfire Mars. This, I don't know what game it was. But I was talking to, no, this game I was casting with Mo Farah at some point, but I was talking at length with him about the Mars Snapfire, about whether or not this actually might be the future combination rather than Mars Phoenix, because when you go for Mars Snapfire, you have to put in a little less work to protect like a supernova. You just have to get off the arena, globs of fire will follow it in. Very easy damage for you to be able to pick up. Incredible laning phase. Like that Snapfire Mars lane is crazy. We already saw earlier on today the power of Mars Phoenix, but best believe Mars Snapfire is also no joke. It's no joke. It's no pushover either. On the other side for Vici, they went for the first overall pick on the Elder Titan. This worked out for them in game 1 of their series against IG. What did they have that game? They had ET Spectre, right? That was the lane, yeah. It was also into, was it into Mars? No, it was into Slaughter. No, Slaughter was game 2. It was, I forgot what did JT play in game 1 for IG? I forget now. Dota can sometimes meld together. Vici, although they probably they would have liked to have LC with the Skywrath Mage, but that gets denied from them. Now though, because of the way that they've set up this draft, they've got some good magic damage on the Skywrath. ET can of course help out with good laning prowess and some chaos in the engagements, but initiation is still lacking right now. And you pretty much have no hard disable unless you land the perfect Echo Stomp. RNG, banding heroes that they could imagine working well with what Vici has to offer. Luna gone. This LC removed from the table. Chill, LC, of course she had to be banned, right? Playing with against the Skywrath Mage, even though we saw this combination lose earlier, generally doesn't, so good idea to remove it. Puck gets taken out now by Vici Gaming as they want to make sure that there is no reach to the backside of the fight to allow the Skywrath Mage to just pepper in all the damage that he wants to.
5 seconds remaining.
Mars. What are we else are we getting now? I think if we have another pick from RNG, it'll just be their 4 position or their 5. They'll decide who's going where once they snag that hero up. I mean, they could still get Phoenix, honestly. I would not mind having Snapfire Phoenix. It would leave you a little bit light in terms of initiation yourself until you get the Yule Scepter. Yeah, Death Prophet. It's still, this is China, of course, so it's an open question whether or not this Death Prophet is being played by Super or D-Stones. Given historical performances, I'm probably a bit more comfortable with this hero on D-Stones.
10 seconds remaining.
Although Super has also been a god on this hero in the past, but I think, you know, historically, I think I'd probably prefer slightly more the D-Stones DP. Unless we're going back to like TI4, then it's a different story. Vici Gaming. Because they don't know where the DP goes either, ideally you maybe just pick an offlaner here. Centaur still in the pool, Slaughter still here, Darkseer banned, LC banned. I think I like Centaur more. You get Jug. Okay. Now you just have Juggernaut. You know, you have this already for the lane. It's a spin that's going to be very useful in this game. Also a hero that doesn't mind buying Manta style in the event that this is a more core DP. And you find yourself being silenced more often than not. You don't mind buying Manta or even late in the game buying BKB.
Remaining.
Okay, you mind the BKB a bit much, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's still possible for you to buy BKB. Also, it's a pretty powerful lane. No matter what the lane is, Juggernaut plus one of these two heroes is a kill lane. So Vici giving Poyoyo some more aggression than what the Ursa was able to present him with in the last 2 games in the previous set. RNG. What's the response? What do we go for? Okay, so we get the Morphling. They have lost pick, so it is 5 DP then. I really can't see them lost picking Super Zero. But that might also be the trap. Then Vici Gaming might find themselves outthinking themselves, so they must be very careful when it comes to these follow-up bans. Now they have to pick maybe Void Spirit, Slaughter. Oh, they get the Slaughter. Okay, cool. Slaughter, one of the better heroes versus Morphling. We already saw in the previous series how the lane can go. I believe it was also Skywrath Mage in that game, was it? No, Skywrath Mage was on the other team. What was the support they had in that lane? It was Slaughter plus... I want to say Snapfire. I think it was Snapfire, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Snapfire in that game. In this game, one of the big things about having the Corrosive Haze is how threatened Morphling is going to feel every time that gets onto him. After that, Jug just runs you down. There's still a silence here. The nice thing about actually the way that they've drafted these 4 heroes, if you look at it from the side of Vici Gaming, all of them sort of play with each other. Elder Titan will beef up the damage that's going to come out of the Skywrath Mage and the Juggernaut, stun them and set them up, or rather follow up stun after Slaughter has set things up. Slaughter beefs out the physical damage being dealt out by the Juggernaut. Alright, this can actually work out quite well. And of course another thing that they have that combos very well with all of this is that the Skywrath Mage has an easy slow from afar, which can easily set up the Juggernaut to be able to run you down with the spin. And the effectiveness of that slow is crazy. It's crazy. So if Snapfire is indeed playing down bottom with the Mars, she's going to have to be extremely careful about her positioning to ensure that she doesn't end up being slowed and killed in that situation. At the same time, this Slaughter on ET lane, jeez, that seems so menacing. I'm just thinking about like all the chain disable, right? They can, once they bash up the deep you, hit you a couple more times, Slithering Crush comes out, and then there'll be an Echo Stomp as well on top of it all. And they last pick the Storm Spirit. They ban the D-Stones Invoker, take out as Tiny as well. They also feel that it's very unlikely Super, TI runner-up though he may be, it's unlikely that he gets the last pick choice and option here. With Vici now having access to the Storm Spirit, have a hero that can get to the back of the fight. You have an Orchid Carrier, which is always amazing versus Morphling. Especially right now with the way that Morphings are often building up. Not often happy about being forced to go for Manta or BKB early, but you won't have an option here. Oh wow, I was wrong. Super Zero is being picked last. Okay. I mean, I still prefer D-Stone's DP right now to Super DP, because I think this hero definitely needs farm. It's just so strong. Alright. Okay. Okay. They've lost 14 maps in a row. Woo! That's painful. It's painful. So this will be, let's see if this will be number 15 or not. So if that is the case, that they've been losing 14 maps in a row, that also means that the side of Vici Gaming have basically taken 7 back-to-back 2-0s. It might be another one here. Super on this last pick Lion. One of the reasons, like Lion is often, I'm always happy to see Lion when there's a storm in the game. Insta hex, some burst damage to help you out. And in this game though, I don't know. I feel like they needed some more, a bit more, something that's a bit more ahead, a bit tankier for the laning phase. Some Abaddon, some Tusk, some hero like that. Because the way it's set up right now, RNG are going to get rolled in these lanes. Like, it's not going to be pretty. But let's see. 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 Game number 1. RNG versus Vici Gaming. Here we go. It is Dota 2, so of course we have to begin with the pause. Is it even a game of Dota if there's no pause at the beginning? You can make no claim.
Take a prophet to see that coming.
Alright, so now we get started. Alright, let's think about what these lanes are going to look like, right? So the mid lane, DP versus Storm. We've seen that matchup many times. So should be what always happens in that matchup. Storm will get a little bit of farm, first few levels. Crypt Swarm gets leveled up. And then Bob's your uncle. DP has all the CS in the world. Top lane, it's... Wait, who's playing the Lion? Okay, Super's playing the Lion. So 5 Lion. That's going to be a Mars Snapfire. I definitely think Mars Snapfire is the best way for them to lane top into what looks like it's going to be the Elder Titan Juggernaut lane, which is very rough to play into.
It did not take a prophet
And then
to see
bottom
that
is just awful. PYW is just going to run ramshot over this lane with Old 11. Lion Morphling is not going to do anything bottom. So let's see if they've got this. Vici Gaming will be very unhappy about the loss that they just tanked to the side of IG. Their record against RNG ostensibly is 14-0 at this point in time. Just straight W's. However, the momentum might be a bit affected off the game, the first series of the day. So this is the third Morphling game of the day. I think this hero is definitely a playable carry this patch, but I don't think the priority should be that high. For example, I still prefer like Troll Warlord or whatever over Morphling. Morphling just seems so hit or miss. Also, I kind of feel like in this meta right now, stability is probably going to be the more important thing for carries. Like, carries that can do the same thing every other game. And then it's going to be the rest of the map. We're going to see a lot more 4 Protect ones as time goes on. I mean, we already see a few of them now, but it's going to start becoming more prevalent. In fact, what I think is actually going to happen is the way that Nigma play, like with having Miracle be the hard carry in the mid lane at times, depending on the hero. And then ILTW doesn't actually have to hard carry the game on the carry. He just needs to be able to keep some level of pace and sustain. That's going to be like the template for how Dota 2 is going to be played for a while, where 2 damage dealers aren't going to be a strict necessity. We'll see how things go. Mid lane, D-Stone starting out here versus the Storm. As expected, Storm's got the first couple of CS in this wave. Nothing too untoward happening in that regard. We see over towards top, Juggernaut going to be attempting to get as much farm as he can. Here is the lane, I think, of most importance. RNG need this lane to go as well as it can. If the God King plays very carefully, because they do have two range heroes here, it is primarily the job of PYW to ensure that they stay harassed back. Unfortunately, for the side of RNG though, even though they have those two range heroes, Lion just basically tickling Slaughter at this point. He's gonna get his items, all the farm that he needs, everything's cool. Everything's cool. Flyback. In the top lane, it's just gonna be farm for the Mars for now. Yeah, everybody just farming. Provided people play carefully, you actually don't die. This is one of those weird situations where there's kill synergy available for a lot of these lanes, but it does also somewhat require for your opponent to step out of place, as actually getting those kills is a little bit difficult at the earlier laning phase of the game, even if it gets a lot easier later. We do get a rare treat of seeing Ori Storm Spirit. We used to see this a lot more often. Super's in trouble. I think Super's gonna die. Yeah, Super's dead. Bye bye, Super. First blood for PYW. The God King does get the counter kill back onto old 11 using the adaptive strike, but okay, cool. We got the first blood, mate. To be fair, in the off lane, they couldn't actually buy anything on old 11 as he was dying. Didn't have enough money for the actual boots or anything, and I don't think he finished off a wand either. Oh, he did finish a wand. Okay. Oh, I said that he did buy something. Yeah, then who cares? As long as those deaths you literally don't care about then. In the mid lane, Ori is putting a real number onto D-Stones at this early stage of the game, taking advantage of the weaknesses of this Death Prophet for the first few levels. And has a substantial CS difference in his favor right now. 19-6 versus the 11-3. We'll see if they can keep up this persistence here. In the top lane, Poyo might be in a little bit of trouble here. Might actually get speared. There's going to be the Snapfire Cookie, Spear of Mars as well, right onto the wall tree. But the Echo Storm from DY will prevent them from being able to chase down this Juggernaut and kill him. They almost had him. My god, DY. Making up for what happened in the previous series, he's like, alright dog, you know that one time I abandoned you and you died like twice, my bad. I got you. Pulls through with the Echo Storm, prevents the death from happening. And Poyo again was spinning very far forward there. I mean, we could maybe say that he had enough confidence in his support to guarantee the save, but it's still a very bizarre place to actually be physically as the Juggernaut in this situation. His priority should just be farm. Don't worry about these kills right now. Just farm, fam. Just farm. Just farm. Your team will need you. You are the only source of physical damage, so just farm. Just farm. Bottom lane. Similar things are being said of the God King. In this instance, though, they are playing this quite well. A lot of harass is going the way of Super, but whatever. Ori? Bottle charges there by D-Stones end up keeping him alive. He was actually baiting Ori in, but Ori ended up not falling for the bait. We'll just go back home, refill his HP and his bottle. He has a substantial CS advantage in mid, so why concern yourself? Also, I'm loving what the God King is doing with this bottom lane. He's leveling up the adaptive strike and using this as his primary harass tool against the Slaughter. It does mean that he has no points into the waveform, but he knows he doesn't need them at this point in time. Poyo stealing some creeps in the top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like as well he's thinking about an early Lincoln Sphere in this game. Help him deal with the potential silence, or this might be a value ring of health for now to go into the Lincolns later. D-Stones needs to be a little bit careful here. The TP rotation in from the Skywrath Mage also draws the Snapfire in from the other side. PYW hunting to try find D-stones. Catches a little bit of vision from these creeps, but not going to be in time to actually dish in some damage. Despite having the tools to do so, it's not going to end up happening. Felix Shabana, he might get jumped on. He is getting jumped on. He's in a lot of trouble. And are they going to be able to kill him? Indeed they do. PYW finds a concussive shot. They bring him down. D-Stone's in a lot of trouble as well as DY try to show up. But unfortunately, the Echo Stomp will not be there. Nice slow game so far. I mean, 6 minutes in, it's only 3 kills across the entire map. Given what this day has been like, yo, this is very, very quiet right now. You see Slaughter tanking some damage. They really want to try to bring down Super, but Slaughter might be the one to forward here. Ancient Seal does finally fly out onto Super, but he has the magic wand as well, staying quite alive, and he's not dead just yet. They also had the raindrops available on the Lion to pop, so the bonus damage coming in from the Skywrath Mage did not do the most in that situation. SM does end up dying. Hashtag worth for the side of Vici to end up saving the life of this offlane Slaughter. Spirit Cypher not enough to get the kill onto Storm. D-Stones also going to end up dodging the Echo Stomp. Not going to be able to find the Crypt Swarm up the hill, however. You still want to keep chasing. Other side of the map, Slaughter in trouble. Slaughter will end up taking a tumble here. RNG playing really well actually on the map right now. They've been, yet again, it seems like this has actually been an overall weakness of Vici Gaming today, that there's been a lot of time spent with Poyoyo not necessarily getting the support that he wants. They're going to try and make this big jump top lane. They want to try and bring down this Mars Fire Snap Cookie. Will be there onto Flyby, but I still think they have enough damage. Omni Slash also was thrown out. And Ori, first big rotation of the map, does behind himself a kill. Bottom though, they want some revenge by looking into the Slaughter's life. Old 11 does have the Slithering Crush, but there's almost no way he's going to be able to survive through this. 50 seconds until he has the TP again, but he actually managed to juke onto the far side of the trees. He's fine. Guardian Sprint, baby, good spell. Immediately just goes all the way back around. Comes from the correct side now. Everything's Gucci. RNG playing so well right now on the map. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to translate that into more kill successes. But they definitely played this early learning phase way better than Vici Gaming did. In particular, I really like what the DP did middle. When the DP started picking up levels, you could see that he played aggressively into the Storm Spirit to sort of kind of force a rotation. You want that rotation so that you know that whoever rotates, either Old 11 is screwed or Poyoyo is screwed. Nobody's gonna have a good time. In this game, they did make the decision to rather screw our good friend in the off lane of Old 11. Now RNG putting pressure out here onto the top tower. Poyoyo. Is he going for the Maelstrom build in this game? Gonna go Manta first. We did talk about Manta being a necessary item to help deal with the silence, especially if it is core DP. So he is doing the right thing in building this item. Doesn't have to be happy about it, but it's the right thing to do. Spin TP from the Jug. Get out to safety. Vici. It's got nobody out behind the tier 1 tower bottom, so they're like, yeah, it's ours now. This belongs to us. We are going to take it. We'll take a little bit of time. They don't have the best sieging lineup. Of course, they don't have access to easy ghosts in the same way D-Stones does. Oh, really? What? A keen optic for the DP? Okay. But already has fairy trinket, so maybe doesn't want to have to do that. So that means Lion gets a keen optic. Yay! Earth Spike. Okay, ET looks like he gets caught out a little bit far from home. Did they actually de-ward him here? They did not, so
This was just a hopeful maneuver from him to try and maybe get some vision out on where these heroes are. Right now, they're a little bit blind on the side of Vici. So I can sort of understand why they decided to make that kind of move. Compare and contrast to RNG, who have a very healthy amount of vision. Well, just gonna keep farming towards finishing this Lamanta. Alrighty, I'm about to close the bets, everybody, so make your final bets or forever hold your peace. I'll give you all about another minute at this point. And I'm from South Africa, to answer the question there. Movement from Vici to smoke up and go around. The both are going for an Ori. He's not going to rush this Orchid as we often see from the Storm Spirits. He's instead opting to rather go for the Sanj and Kaya. This way, some bonus spell damage, but all that much needed status resist is now going to be available for him. D-Stones. They had vision, but the silence didn't actually connect in time. Mystic Flare will beat it onto PYW. Oh my goodness, they were trying to bait there. Old 11 now finds Felix Sharba. Top side of the map. The damage is going to come through from the slaughter. More than enough damage to kill. That was really unfortunate. You could see what ended up happening there to the DP. She was hoping, because they have this Observer Ward on the high ground. Or they had, it just expired. Did it get destroyed? Yeah, it got destroyed by the Storm Spirit. So they should have known that, okay, or they did know that Storm was coming. What DP wanted to be able to do, wanted to be able to get the silence onto the high ground, prevent the Storm from zipping back in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, the silence got dodged by a fantastic zip from Ori. And that enabled them to pick up that kill. Now they're going to try to get some revenge as soon as she respawns by triggering the Exorcism and pushing for the tier 1 in the mid lane. However, Vici do not seem to be taking this with too much humor. They brought in everybody effectively to try to defend this. DY has Earth Splitter. They throw in right now the Arena of Blood. There's the Earth Splitter dropping down. It's going to connect onto Flyby. A lot of damage flying onto Flyby actually. This Mars needs to be careful. Poyo coming through with the spin. Super getting dragged back by the Storm Spirit. Storm will be able to find the kill. At the same time though, God King loops in through the river, able to burst down the slaughter. All 10 heroes show up middle. And it's a fight that they will happily take on the side of RNG, given the goal that went the way of this God King Morphling. We just need to have a quick pause. I would actually suspect that we're going to end up seeing Manta Diffusal from this Juggernaut. Alrighty, this pause actually gives us a good opportunity. Y'all have 30 seconds, and then I'm closing these here bets. So throw in your loyalty points, put your hat in the ring. What you got? 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 And in 3, 2, 1, close betting. Sorry, everybody. Bets are all closed. So if you, at this point, have not been able to make your prediction, lol. So with pause, we can sort of assess what's happening in the game right now. It seems even on the net worth. Where RNG are on the map, they'll be happy that they haven't like been sucked completely into the Vici pressure, but it's a bit disconcerting that they still haven't been able to claim this mid tier 1 that they desperately wanted, even with the Ghosts push. They'll probably try again once they finish the Yule Scepter for D-Stones. Ori, in the meantime, about 1,500 gold away. Or just 1-1 is all he needs in total to finish this item. PYW going for this Aether Lens. There's the Sanjin Kaya we just spoke about from Ori. And the God King is indeed going for that Lincoln Sphere that we spoke about a while ago. Do think it's actually going to be quite instrumental in this game, because if you look at their draft on the side of Vici, they don't actually have that many anti-morphling tools. So provided that Morphling can stay protected, he feels really, really strong in this game. D-Souls, of course, just wants to get levels, Yules, turn this into like a Shiva's Guard down the line. Oh, Penta159. Shout out to you, comrade. Thanks for the subscription, bro. I really appreciate it, comrade. Thank you. Okay, no G because regrettably I have no understanding of Mandarin. Does somebody want to translate? No, absolutely no idea what's going on. But legit, shout out Penta. You're the one. You're the real one. You're the real one. Unfortunately, that does mean that River God, unfortunately that does kind of mean that you can't be automatic sub of the day. So y'all are gonna just have to battle to the death. It is what it is. No other option. One thing that is problematic for the side of Vici Gaming that we've been seeing so far is that Storm, go Sanj and Kaya, you probably want BKB, but you still don't actually feel safe jumping into these fights, dealing with the silence, dealing with like some of these instant disables like the Hex and the like. So when the game does resume, we definitely want to see some other way for Vici to start these fights. In particular, I mean this Blink Dagger. Old 11 needs it now. Like ASAP. Earlier in the day, he was able to get early ags into Blink, but I think this game, Blink is more of a requirement than in that game. Especially because they don't have the late game by default. In fact, do you want to play Juggernaut into late game Morphling? I know I don't. I certainly do not. I don't have the kind of appetite for that. So, though this game is somewhat even for now, I think RNG will be a little bit happier with the static pace of the game as it's playing out at the moment. Also, let's remember that they have a lion in the 5 position. This hero will eventually get farm just by sheer attrition in the game. The God King in trouble, and the God King is dead. He's gone. Oh no, he's not. He's still alive. Are you kidding me? Raindrops, drop tops. And then God King pops the one so he doesn't pop. Well done. Manages to stay alive from a big rotation coming his way. It's a lot of time that was wasted there by the side of Vici Gaming. Because look where they are on the map. They're not really going to be able to achieve all that much besides being able to get down some new wards. One of these wards I expect to be dewarded not too long from now either. But unfortunately they didn't get the perfect pullback into the Mystic Flare. Like it clipped him at the beginning, but he didn't stay in it for the entire duration. Slaughter just been farming the jungle with this mask. A madness. I think, does Phoenix Shaba have any sentries on him? Yeah, he does. There we go. Get the D-ward, fam. Get the D-ward. Do the right thing. Oh. Well, you have to have an idea of where the vision is to do the right thing, and he does not, so these wards will stay exactly where they are for quite some time. This might lead to the death of Felix Shaba because Ori still in the vicinity on the Storm Spirit. Electric Vortex gonna be there. And they just get the damage out from Poyoyo. Erica finds the kill. D-Stones in the meantime getting ran on by Old 11. Woo! There was a Death Prophet somewhere. You know, the rumor has it that there was a DP at some point in that top part of the map, but woo! Got completely ran down by the Slaughter. And that'll, I think, give the Blink Dagger to Slaughter even. That makes matters worse. It's one thing to die to the hero. It's another when your death gives away the critical item. And now they can take potentially the follow-up fight. To be fair, they've also just picked up a pretty huge item of their own. They just got this Lincoln Sphere for the Mars. They have Blink Dagger. Lincoln Sphere for Morphling, Blink Dagger for Mars. Other way around. They want to try find Poyoyo, but this is, yeah. I don't think wishful thinking is strong enough a term to really define the idea of trying to jump a Juggernaut at this point in the game without Blink Dagger at the very least on the Lion. If they had Blink on Lion, you can find the Insta Hex, that's one thing. But just trying to run up on him and use Arena. That's not gonna happen, not now. And indeed he is going Manta Diffusal into Scuddy. Old school, baby. This is also the anti-morphling build. It used to be the Juggernaut build, but now just very useful against these sort of big agi carries. Bottom we see the God King and friends pushing in on the tier 1, but here comes a smoke from Vici. Old 11 does have the Blink Dagger. And they smoke again on the side of RNG. So who's going to be able to take this fight? Vision available for both teams on the high ground. JT. Oh, not JT, excuse me. Why am I getting all these names wrong today? Flyby. It's because I just cast IG. They're still in my mind. Too many of these heroes are similar. On the bright side though, nothing happened, so I don't have to worry about saying someone's wrong name in the middle of the team fight. It's all good. They did have to pop the ghost for D-stones. It's definitely not worth it. This is so, honestly, just with them popping ghosts, Vici won the fight. And Vici's gonna find a follow-up kill by looking for Super behind the trees. Will they be able to grab him? Indeed they do. Meantime, Stone Spirits are looking for a fight on the far side, but went too far in, get up his own life. Felix Shabba also died to the Omni Slash of Poyoyo, but now Poyoyo has to spin TP out before he dies. He will be fortunate enough to survive. They do. Oh, look at this! God King went way too far forward, got caught with the Slithering Crush Mystic Flare combination, and now with the Echo Storm directly onto Super, the Lion might find himself dying back. Skyrat Mage, the Hex will end onto him and he'll have more than enough spell damage to throw forward and get the double kill, and now D-Stones is in trouble. He's been Ancient Seal, got blinked on by Old 11 and killed as well. Our fourth hero to fall in this fight, Vici Gaming. It was a very interesting fight for them to take because the two supports get gone on by Ori and Poyoyo. The rest of the team sort of goes bottom to try and kill Super. They kill Super. Felix Shabba does end up dying but stays alive long enough for them to kill Ori, and it looks like, okay, this fight might be decent for us. But then RNG just chased a little bit too far. It was already good enough at this point in the game that you prevent them from coming onto your side of the map. Especially, you just got the Storm Spirit kill. You just traded Storm Spirit for Lion. But they get greedy, go too far forward, and everything gets lost. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, after that particular passage of play, Vici will be happy to just reset. Wait until they have Omni Slash back online. Keep farming on the Jug. That is one thing that they don't have to really deal with, is that Morphling has a difficult game if he doesn't have BKB. Because if he doesn't have BKB, then he always has to be playing the margins in terms of how high his agi is, lest what we just saw happens continually. Where you just get stunned, Mystic Flare, and you just die immediately. God. They're gonna try to get something happening here. They smoke bottom. Right now, their Observer did catch these heroes moving in this direction. They see Poyoyo. The spear doesn't connect onto him. He does spear and spin away. They will at least kill the PYW Skywrath Mage. Unfortunately, Flyby Spear was not able to connect onto the true target of the Skank, and Poyoyo, his Gooch, ends up walking away, finishes his Diffusal Blade.
I'll take that as tribute.
A soldier's fortune.
If they had a Blink Dagger on Lion, I'm gonna keep saying that. If they had a Blink Dagger on Lion, if they had a Blink Dagger on Lion, if they had a Blink Dagger on Lion. This hero is so good at Blink, dude. Felix Shabba, he's not playing the Lion, he's also going for Blink though on the Snapfire. We haven't unfortunately been able to really see the full combo of Arena into Morty's Kisses. It's a substantial amount of damage, and we have to remember that there's no BKBs just yet from the side of Vici. Despite the Juggernaut having the spin for Magic Immunity. So, if they can find this fight, All they need is the initiation. That's the only thing that's lacking right now from the side of RNG. At the same time though, it's so much easier to initiate with Slaughter, Storm Spirit, and Vici Gaming. Very similar to... This is the kind of games where you see where they're in their comfort zone. This is a lovely pocket that they love having, where they have the jump capability, but also they feel that they can get so much more out of farm, like a BKB on Old 11. It's not out at the same time as the BKB on Storm, so they might want to wait for that, but Old 11 is the forefront hero. So they could decide to take a risk at this particular point in the game, especially with the Skyrath Mage being in tow. We'll see what they decide. Looks like they are gonna smoke. Ori joining the gang.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is an observer ward on the opposing high ground, but that's not what they're here for. They are here for rush. RNG, are they aware of this? All they can throw into the pit. Okay, they do scan now. They know. They're on the way. This is actually a place where they can fight RNG because they have ghosts. They have the Morty's Kisses, which they're throwing in now. What an arena! The spin though will prevent Poyo from dying here, but the same is not true for the Slaughter. Slaughter does end up popping. Ori trying to bring down D-Stones. The Earth Splitter with the Mystic Flare do not connect onto the DP because she just uses into the air. And now with the advantage they have around the pit, Ghost flying. The arena might be down, sure, but they do manage to get the Aegis. God King picking this one up. Echo Stomp onto 4. But unfortunately, there can be no follow-up Earth Splitter, so DY will just end up losing his own life in this situation. RNG. Not only do they get some kills, they get the Aegis. And they make this game a lot more even in their favor.
Stupendous.
Fight like that feels very, very good, especially because look at the advantage gained by the Morph now. He can start building into more damage-oriented items. Has the Lincolns, has Manta, has Aegis. So let's go. Now he also has so he has a Dispel for the silences. The Aegis for the double life. Don't make go back in the fight now. There'll be a quick pop onto Flyby, and now with Ori zipping in, looking towards bringing down Felix Xiaobao. Felix Xiaobao definitely gonna fall. But God King, can he escape this fight? He's morphing a lot of strength right now. This is a dangerous chase. It's a very dangerous chase from Vici. But they are chased, not they will make nonetheless, looking for the God King. Do they find him? Mystic Flare drop down, doesn't connect, but it's not needed to bring down Super, and the God King waveform through the Roshan pit, somehow still alive. Ori jumping in after him. Snapfire does buy back. They need to protect this Aegis at all costs. And all those costs might be a life of Felix Xiaobao, but it just ends up being a buyback, nothing more. The God King does survive. Stressful chase, to be sure. They do manage to get him away to safety. That's actually kind of crazy that was everybody beating on the Morph and they still couldn't kill him at this point in time. To be fair, they weren't trying that hard because they knew it was an Aegis life, so limited utility in dropping everything down for him. The at in my stream title is wrong. What did I type? Oops, yeah it is. To be fair, like I said earlier on in the day, that when I made all of this is I haven't slept in many hours, many hours. It's been awesome. So my bad. There we go. It's fixed now. It's correct. It's correct. Long.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
So this game right now, if I'm Vici, I'm not trying to fight at all. I'm dodging everything. Even if I feel we have a decent opportunity to jump, which is not untrue. They have the BKB on Ori this time around. So it's actually really dangerous in the fights. Old 11 has a BKB. Juggernaut has Manta Diffusal, almost has Scotty. So Vici, despite not having the Aegis, aren't really feeling that much pressure to do anything special on the map against RNG. You'll happily take this tier 2, and you'll happily dodge fights. You don't need any kind of real action against the side of RNG. At least not now. There's still time before the game becomes somewhat intolerable to play. This game has a lot of tension in it. 27 minutes in, we've only had 27 kills. Are you kidding me? Titan Sliver on Morphling? Oh, okay, that's great. Cool. I mean, the God King is going to be very happy with this. What does Flyby have? Flyby still has that old faded brooch. No need to change it up just yet. Super... I understand the decision. He really wants the Blink Dagger, but he's oscillating between Blink Dagger and just buying up items for the energy booster because his team needs vision on the map, and he's not certain he'll survive every engagement long enough to be able to accrue the necessary gold for the Blink. So sometimes you do what you gotta do to get these components up. To be fair, you also actually want this item. Like, if you have Aether Lens, Blink, Keen Optics / Psychic Headband, yeah, you're feeling good as Lion. The question is whether his team will allow him to get there. Felix Shaba also changed his mind from a Blink Dagger, opting for Ghost Scepter instead. Mid lane, D-Stones! Woof! Every time Old 11 gets on top of you, you just evaporate, man. And that is... He's building into Shivas now. That's with the plate mail being already online. And still just died in like a flash in that situation. This mom slaughter, such an old 11 thing to do, dude. Come on, fam. What the hell is this? E-Blade picked up now for the morph. E-Blade, see? Big jump onto Flyby. Oof. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Although the comeback coming in from RNG, they immediately jump onto Ori and using the damage from the God King as well as the ghosts from D-Stones. They not only manage to find themselves revenge for the Mars, but they actually get both the Storm Spirit and the Slaughter. Honestly, I did not expect Storm to die that quickly. I'll be honest. I know there's a shotgun out on the morph, but good God. There was like one Earth Spike, then he's dead. He's just gone instantly. Now, other side of the game, Flyby was looking for DY. DY unfortunately cannot TP to safety despite being up here on the high ground. Nice Omni Slash from Poyoyo onto Flyby. It's gonna get dodged out by Felix Shabao, who stays alive through the Ghost Scepter. Will still die thanks to the spin from Poyoyo. They want to try find the Juggernaut kill. Flyby yet again not able to find the correct hit with the spear, but the shotgun and then the finger of death from Super is more than enough ammunition to burst down and kill Poyoyo. D-Stones deep inside the base, but somebody on the team probably told him, yo man, that D doesn't stand for deep, get back. And he's like, alright, okay. Alright. Massive fight again for the side of RNG. Getting the Jug kill. Jug did not have to die there, honestly. Yo, Poyoyo has not been playing his usual best today. He's been fairly sloppy. Now that's 40 seconds, no farming for the Jug. God King continues to get bigger and bigger. He's gonna go into this BKB now. Definitely something that I wholeheartedly co-sign. Once he gets this, what is there to fear? It's only this Juggernaut with right click, but they can punch through that Juggernaut. Jug is not really that tanky. Nobody on the team has like GG boots. There's no like Oracle or whatever for a heal, and it's not like Juggernaut is any closer to his own BKB. So that means that the Hexes, the Earth Spikes, the Silences will still bother him. And you'll have to use the Manta just as a tool to flee. Oof. With the Aegis also being available. Will Vici try take Roche number 2? They probably cannot afford to give up Aegis Cheese and a Shard, but looks like that's going to be the result, whether they can afford it or not. Flyby securing the outpost nearby. And Vici Gaming throw out the scan, so they are aware on the side of Vici that there are several heroes in the area of the Roshan pit. However, unbeknownst to them, the Roche attempt is not actually happening. We're gonna throw in the spirit. They now do suss this out. This one observer ward that's here up the cliff did see that the Mars was positioned here. Ideally, if they could get the Spirit from the Elder Titan into the pit to scout and get the kill onto the Mars at the same time, they would have loved that. But sadly, it's not going to be the case. Instead, it's RNG also smoke up. They feel that they have the better information at this point in time about what's happening inside the Roshan pit. But still no vision directly of the area. DY in a fantastic position up on the cliff.
Stupendous.
There's an observer ward as well that's scouting them out on the side of RNG. So this is going to be very tense. Jump in. Old 11 gets the stun out onto 2. But the fight doesn't look that good for them on Vici just yet. Poyoyo. 8 an adapter strike with the shotgun. Will spin. Pops out the healing ward. D-Stones did pop the ghosts. And though both sides look like they wanted to make deep jumps, no kill just yet. Ori now looking for super. Do they have the damage to kill him? Fire Snap Cookie keeps him alive a little bit longer right now. They do eventually have the damage. But the BKB from Ori will be the cost for this. The Earth Splitter though pulls back D-Stones. That's a lot of damage from Vici Game, and they do manage to find that kill. Omni Slash onto Flyby as well. Grants Poyoyo a double kill in this situation. Ori now reaching far onto the far side of the fight to find Felix Shalba. Get them 4 kills and open up the path to Roshan. Vici Gaming now looking extremely far ahead as they're gonna pick up this Aegis. Probably put the shot onto the Juggernaut. And now with the 6k lead, Aegis on Jug, Cheese on the Storm Spirit. Storm has the BKB, Sergeant Kaya, Orchid.
Radiant structures.
Alright. Vici Gaming with this Basher pickup, as well as an Aghanim Scepter for the Skywrath Mage. Alrighty, so everything is better now. This is one of the better ags in the game. Like, in terms of just like sheer upgrade value, I think this is the best one. Just makes the hero amazing compared to what he normally is. Man, Vici Gaming been able to pick up quite a lot for themselves in the last several minutes on the map. The thing with RNG, they were not able to really do the same. They did get the Shivas on the DP. And she is 21 at this point, but you can still die, as evidenced by these last few fights. Death is still a distinct possibility. All these items notwithstanding. So we'll definitely have to see them figure out a way to keep D-Stones alive. It's so difficult though. Old 11. Coming through middle with PYW. Looks like they want to jump. Looks like they want to jump. Who is the unlucky victim? Okay. D-Stones. They don't know who's up on the high ground just yet from Vici, so it's like, we could probably make this jump and get a kill, but to what end? Did you see the range of that Earth Spike? What? That's insane, dude. That is just hella insane. A fight might break out now. Hex onto the Juggernaut. They spear him back. Will they have enough damage to kill him? They take away the first life. What can they do for the second? Looks like RNG are not interested in doing anything for the second. This time around, we do not see a game with like a Shadow Fiend or something. Ori launching back with the BKB active towards Flyby. They even committed the Omni Slash for this one. Ghosts were used now by D-Stones as they want to try and force these heroes back from the other side of the fight. But D-Stones, watch your positioning, mate. You're on the high ground. No one else is nearby you from your team. They end up losing the Death Prophet now. Jump onto the high ground by old 11, looking for the God King. God King does steal away the spin from the Juggernaut, but doesn't really feel like it's going to matter. Poyoyo with the Blink Dagger leaps up onto the high ground to hunt down Felix Sharpa, and they find the third kill for the Jug. Buyback available for the Snapfire, but only the Snapfire. Lion, the only other available buyback on the side of RNG, and he's still up. So no DP, no Mars. And with those two heroes not being available, this is a certain lane of racks that will be taken by Vici. Oof. And it's not just one lane, they're looking for two. Poyoyo also just... Is this a full Abyssal Blade that he has now? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it is. It's flying out, coming through. They did get a quick burst and a jump. Not enough to actually kill the Slaughter though. He is still alive, still up and fighting. They instead get the jump onto Felix Shafal, find the kill on the backside of the fight. In the middle of things, Ori surrounded now by some of these Radiant targets as they end up losing the Slaughter and the Skywrath Mage. Super and Flyby were able to prevent anybody else from Vici Gaming getting involved on the far side of the fight. Ori now jumping back in onto Super. Falling somewhat low. Lotus Orb does keep him alive. Can he hex somebody out? No, he cannot. The spin kills him even through the Ghost Scepter. So Vici will snag 2 for 2 in the grand scheme of things. Well, let's say 2 for 3 because this was a dieback on Snapfire as well.
Invisibility.
The big deal for RNG is that they keep the base alive. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. They did take advantage of a very key timing. Pyroyo jumped to the far side of the fight when they were on the high ground to hunt down the Snapfire at the same time as Flyby and Super were jumping onto the Slaughter. So it was just perfect timing. One of the better scenarios for RNG. Luck will not always be there for them, so they'll have to take it while they can. Flyby. Speaking of him, he gets jumped yet again by Ori. DY did throw out the Astral Spirit, but they're like, yeah, this one's a bit of a tough one. Let's not do this. Yo. Just farming up. Mars wants Aeon Disc. This Lotus Orb has already been somewhat useful up until this point. They're gonna smoke up again. RNG, they know they're behind, but they know they can still fight. They do still have the ability to 100-0 several heroes without them being able to fight back if they find the necessary jump. Now what help a lot with that jump? Blink Dagger on Lion. Bros, come on. Felix Shavar, dude, buy the vision for the team, bro. Let your dude. Oh my god, and he bought a gem as well, dude. I feel like they desperately need Blink on Lion for the Storm Spirit. Storm is getting away with murder because there's literally nothing to counter him. They're gonna come now for another fight. BKB, Blink Dagger. They jump now. Flyby in a lot of trouble. Aeon Disc keeps him alive. Jump onto the far side of the fight with the Storm. There is going to be 2 heroes in the arena. Old 11 obviously can get out as he had the BKB going. God King waveforms away from the Omni Slash. They're not going to tank all that much damage. They do kill Flyby, but that's about it. Vici will happily take it. Decent chunk of gold for the Juggernaut to pick up in that situation. Man, this build. Manta, Diffusal, Skadi, Blink Dagger, Abyssal Blade. He already has the Aghanim's shard, so he probably buys Scepter, and then after Scepter you go for like Swift Blink or something. But it's wreaking havoc right now on the side of RNG. And the thing is, because he already has the Eye of Skadi, he's going to help him out so much versus the Satanic that's coming soon for the Morphling. That being said, might be a while before the Satanic is actually online. Especially if he has to save for buyback, because I don't think he has an option but to be ready to buy back in case he dies. Aeon Disc finished up now for D-Stones. And he's actually gonna die, dude. Mate. Oh yes, Aeon Disc. No, he's not gonna die. He's fine. Oh wait, I might have spoken too soon. Big jump in from the Storm Spirit. 3 heroes caught inside the AoE blue hole, and all 3 of them will die inside the AoE blue hole. Yeah, I spoke too soon. My bad. What is he doing there? Is he die stones or something? What's going on? Old 11 though, catching him out. Yet again proving to be the massive thorn in his side. Ends up picking up that kill. And now they maybe want to jump back middle. Poyoyo is in trouble. Is he gonna die here? The Glimmer Cape keeps him alive, and they didn't have the vision. God King had the damage but he couldn't see his target. So now he's forced back to the base. That was a death on this Lion who died back as well, so no availability of having this hero be online to take this fight. Swift Blink just finished for the Juggernaut. That's game over. That's game over. They're just gonna secure themselves these megas down bottom. Pure Yo-Yo, hella farmed, has a leveler in his inventory as well. And then that will enable them to finish off the final lane of racks. Mega creeps online for the side of Vici. And they'll be able to just rinse this game out. The final arena, but this is just going to be him feeding away his final life. And he's going to have to run back to the base. Tier 4 tower will fall. Vici on the cusp of grabbing themselves game 1. They do not want to leave this base right now. Felix Sharba gets jumped by the Storm Spirit. Do they have the damage to kill him? Yes, they do. And with the Omni Slash out onto the God King, he's forced back into the fountain, so he can't participate further in the fight either. No supports. They instantly lose D-Stone now underneath the influence of the Corrosive Haze. And with more than enough damage to see out the end of this game, it's just going to be GG being called. RNG, they have seen enough. They have seen enough. There was a point where it might have been possible. It looked like, you were thinking, okay, there's hope, but sadly, Vici Gaming snuff out that hope. Or let me be more specific. Old 11 snuffed out that hope. This guy was everywhere. Jeez, are you kidding me? Yeah, that one's an easy one, right? Old 11, 100% MVP of that game. Yo, let's give Old 11 the putting in that work. There we go, Old 11. Well done. Well done. Come on, subs. Spam it out. Put in that work for Old 11. What a god. This slaughter made everything happen in this game. D-Stones didn't have a game at all, primarily due to the influence of Slaughter. You can't even, normally you think to yourself, even if there's a big strength offlaner in the enemy team, they can't kill me as a DP. They come on top of me, I'll Spirit Siphon them, everything's gonna be a-okay. But with this build, the Mask of Madness, that's not true. He's gonna kill you by himself. Always initiating these fights, made Morphling as well in these engagements look so squishy half the time. The Old 11 Slaughter in the offlane pulls through for the side of Vici Gaming and grants them the victory in game number 1. So they are off to a positive start. That's the important thing. Off to a positive start, after a very rocky series earlier. RNG now, unfortunately for them, apparently this brings the tally to what? It was 14-0 on maps, so now it's 15. 15-0 is no joke. 15-0 is no joke. Of course, that does mean that RNG have a world of work ahead of them if they want to be able to turn game number 2 around. There was some moments of hope, some signs of life from RNG. I think if it was a different offlaner besides Slaughter, this would have been a very different game, especially because I don't think Poyo had that great of a game on the Juggernaut. I just think that he didn't have... the team made the game look very good for him. He was able to farm a lot. Half the time he shows up to the fight's already over. He just has to Omni Slash or spin and everything's fine. So his team really made all the space. This one death shouldn't have happened, honestly. It should have been 16-08 and probably could have been like 20-08. There were some fights where I'm like, Jug should have been here, but end of the day, Vici still good for the money, still good for the W. So now they are one game away from getting themselves a 2-0 and redeeming some of the honor that was lost by going down 2-1 against the side of IG. With that, let's give the teams a break. Let them refresh. Let them get a bit of a leg stretch, some blood circulation into their bodies. In the meantime, make sure that you get some water into your body and make sure that you're following the stream if you aren't already. If you are, and you are having fun, you're enjoying yourself, consider supporting the stream. Be awesome. Be like Penta159. Be like the god of the game. Well, actually, we don't know if it's the god of the game forever. Who was Brutal-T666 coming through with 100-bit cheers. And of course, River God Sobek was also out here with the subscription. I thank you all. So you can either support through Twitch by either subscribing or cheering on with some bits. If you don't want to be on Jet Velas's radar, I get it. Consider making a one-time donation through PayPal. You'll see the big yellow button on the stream outside. And of course, it would help a lot if you became a patron as well. You'll see the big new goal outside. We're nowhere towards getting the goal. Feels great.
But I have faith. Only the third day of the month. Eventually we'll get there. I have faith in y'all. Y'all are awesome. And y'all obviously love supporting your local streamer. So with that, game 1 in the books. Game 2 coming soon. So keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be back with some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Radiant team, Baron. Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team, pick.
Elder Titan.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team.
Clockwork!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
Grimstroke.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
Storm Spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, Baron. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back to, if history is anything to go by, what should probably be the final game between RNG and Vici Gaming here in this best of 3 in the I-League. One of these two squads is going to be very sad at the end of today. Vici Gaming are hoping it won't be them because they've already lost one series, and I doubt they have the emotional strength to handle losing two. So let's see what they're going to be able to bring us today with this potential last game. We don't know. I hope RNG is actually able to come back with this dub because we want game 3. Vici Gaming having led off the draft to counter the Elder Titan by getting Clockwork Grimstroke for themselves. Mighty strong support duo that. Storm Spirit immediately comes out for RNG because they like, well, D-Stones is not going to be playing into some lion or something. We're going to ban the puck of the Void Spirit so we can pick this up feeling a bit more safe. Of course, they also went ahead on the side of Vici and took out some big carries from the God King. So no Morphling, no PL, no spec, no nothing. He can still play, what, Terrorblade? He can still play Medusa. I'd love to see God King Medusa, actually. But in this game, it's most likely going to be God King Jug. If they don't pick the Poyoyo Jug right now, I have almost no doubt in my mind that Royal Never Give Up will take it themselves. That way you can protect the Supernova. Oh, they get the Doom on Vici. They have a lot of disable on Vici. Like, a lot of chaos happens. Grimstroke with Soulbind, double Doom, double Toss, Inkswell onto Clockwork, Inkswell onto Tiny. Doom can buy Blink Dagger as well, so he can get Inkswell. Now Storm has this one big hero that's always going to be gunning for you and nobody else but you. Doesn't help them hit the egg though, so maybe RNG will decide, you know what, let's leave the Jug. We'll just ban it next phase. Get like Mars or something. Yeah, Lifestealer. Okay. Feels like a good game for Lifestealer, right? It's these tanky strength cores thus far that have emerged from the side of Vici.
Fire team ban.
Storm second pick. Why would they do it? So they had on the side of RNG, right? The reason why you can get away with picking Storm Spirit here second in this situation is because you've seen what the supports are going to be from Vici Gaming. The thing Storm fears the most generally is these supports that can insta-disable you and opposing mid players that can also just insta-lock you down and make playing difficult. So in this game, he already knows what the supports are. You should never get caught with Inkswell, so you can get yourself out of that for the most part. Phantom's Embrace is a bit of a different story, but for the most part, you're also able to zip away from that. He knows that whatever mid hero they're going to pick on the other side of Vici, now his team can just spend bans protecting the Storm Spirit. And you see all 3 bans in the second phase are all about protecting Storm. Void Spirit, Puck, Ember, that's it. They're like, protect Storm Spirit, that's all we care about. So they just felt safe being able to get this hero because they knew they were going to be able to make sure it was going to have a good game. In the meantime, we see that the TB and Jug are banned by RNG. So that's Phoenix protection right there. So what's going to be an offlaner that they play this with? LC is in the pool, Mars was banned, Centaur was banned by Vici. Perhaps Sand King? I really like the idea of a stun that can get you out of the Clockwork initiation and can provide you a little bit more like deep magic damage. Because they have a lot of it, but you know, might as well go in. Doom's probably gonna have to buy pipe at some point in this game, the way it's looking. Maybe even Axe to preempt them going for like a PA or something in the safe lane. Oh god, Slaughter was still in. Oh yeah. I mean, given that old 11 just dumpstered you on this hero, if you can't beat him, join him. I get it. I get it.
I understand.
10 seconds.
What you gonna make, Lars? What you gonna make?
5 seconds.
What does Vici need here? We need something for Poyoyo. I've been increasingly becoming unconvinced by this tiny hero. Ursa for Poyoyo. Alright, so this is the way to deal with the Phoenix, a hero that can fight heads up into the Lifestealer. Can also fight into Slaughter. Although Earthsplitter does quite a number on you. Except for this Ursa. I think this Ursa is a really good pick for Vici. Like, this is a stellar pick. This pick is the only carry hero I think they could have gotten in this situation that would have made them feel very good about their prospect of winning. Like, not just, this is okay, but like, okay, no, we got this. This Ursa is great. I actually like the RNG draft though. I understand. It is 15-0 at this point. We are 7 full 2-0s in, and now we're halfway towards an 8th one. I get it, but let's pretend it's Watson's RNG versus Vici, and we're just looking at the heroes. I would definitely wanna, yeah, I like RNG. I like RNG. Outside of this Doom, I think they've adequately protected the Storm Spirit. Slaughter is gonna help a lot in this game. Like, the Ursa is so good though. Yo, if there's anything that I could be like, I don't know if I should really put my entire hopes for a game 3 on the line and actually pick RNG, because this is a good Ursa game. Don't get me wrong, right? I would love to be playing Ursa. But I'd love to be playing Vici's draft. I mean, RNG's draft. Vici's draft is just the Ursa I'm really excited about. The rest of the lineup, we shall have to see. Another problem with the draft that we see from the side of Vici Gaming is that this Tiny is going to have troubles dealing with Lifestealer. You can actually activate Rage in between the ticks of the Avalanche. So that's a lot of damage that's going to be left on the table. And it's one of their primary sources of initiation, having that blink jump in. Of course, there's also a clockwork in the game with Hookshot, but you are playing the God King Lifestealer, so as you pick up points into the Ghoul Frenzy, destroying the power cogs should be no problem. And of course, you have the Rage to help you with the battery assault as well.
30 seconds to battle.
This lane is pretty fun for you as Lifestealer, playing into the Doom. God, he's so happy, dude. No shenanigans so far for the early runes. Very defensive ward that they put out on the side of Vici here on the side ground. I think they probably recognize what this game looks like. They're like, yeah, we can't afford to actually fall behind in any capacity. We have to be playing up tempo, ahead of them in pace, basically the entire game. Wait, isn't this very similar to the game 3 draft that they lost with against IG? Because Ori was playing Tiny. Or was that game 2 that he played Tiny? But there was definitely a game where they had Tiny and Ursa. And it didn't look that great. Part of the reason why it didn't look that great is because these two heroes in tandem, there is no other option, right? There's no like, it's not like, say for example, if you're playing Storm Lifestealer, where you can say, alright, it's chill. Even if we're not making things happen right now, you know, these heroes, they can still feel like they peak later. They don't pick Tiny and Ursa to farm for the late game. Hell, even with the builds that people have been going for on this Ursa, it's tended to preclude any real farming items. So being aggressive on the map as much as possible is often what is needed. One thing I'm wondering about this top lane though is whether or not they'll need help on the side of Vici.
Because I actually don't see them forcing flyby off this lane. As long as the Phoenix is nearby. Man, Phoenix is such a good lane support. My god. Fire Spirits, man. Fire Spirits. What a spell. What a spell. Just the presence of Fire Spirits prevents their being kill threat in this lane. Because even if they get the Inkswell combo out onto Poyoyo, who cares? Like, you're not going to get any damage out. The one good thing that they are doing though is that does seem Slaughter not really in the mood to be trading with Slaughter, with the Ursa. I don't know. I kind of feel like in that situation with Fire Spirits, once you have them back online, maybe you lay 1 or 2 onto the Ursa and you harass him and try to force him into popping all of his consumables, but also not dying is great, so I understand why they're not doing this. Down here in bottom. Completely free lane for the God King. There's just certain matchups when you play carry that make you smile. That you literally just look at the opponents, you're like... Yes. 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 Gonna be a very important laning stage for the side of RNG though, because as much as I'm saying that the mid game is gonna require Vici Gaming to play with high tempo, like that 15 to 25 minute mark of the game, RNG are playing against some significant threats. So they need this laning phase to go absolutely amazingly, much better than what Vici is going to be able to attain. Because if Vici has a solid game, then you're dealing with double dooms. You're dealing with this Ursa that can play directly into you as a lifestealer and fight you and force you off the fight. You're dealing with a Storm Spirit who's being silenced all the time, or doomed all the time, or just being avalanche tossed all the time. So the early CS difference that RNG has been able to accrue for themselves right now looks decent, but it has to stay decent like that. It cannot at any point start sliding back into a more parity position with the side of Vici. PIW just come middle. Make sure that there's a water rune available for his Tiny. These stones, of course, has bottle. Tiny also has bottle. Everybody has bottle. We're all alcoholics now. Awesome. D-Stones has been having a pretty good time middle. It's definitely how you expect this matchup to go for the most part. Like, there's not really much Tiny can actually do to a Storm Spirit. Especially if they're just trading regen like this, Storm's gonna win that CS trade every single time. Look at the difference, 34 and 5 versus the 21 and 2. RNG. To get some damage out to Poyoyo in the top lane. Will they have enough to force him off? They just want to force him off. It's not about killing him. They know they can't kill him. But now you're farming, you're close to the tower. I think you're out of regen right now. They have a South still on Grimstroke, okay. But Poyoyo's out of his own regen. And that's all you want in this lane at this point in time. Just keep the enemy carry forced out. Force him regenning. Even if you die, you'll come back. Felix Shabao will give you Sunray. And they've had to bring help. This is what I was wondering earlier. Like, are they gonna have to do this? There's no other option. This lane sucks to play into, dude. So, what can you do? Bring PYW in. That does end up meaning that bottom Doom has even less support. Fortunately, it is Doom. He already has the second point into Devour. So he doesn't have to worry himself too much in that side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And flyby. Gonna get gone on here with the Inkswell. Do they have the kill? Yeah, they do. They're gonna try to destroy one of these cogs, but there's no way flyby gets out of this. PYW will be able to secure the first blood. Bringing down flyby in the top side of the map. Excellent rotation to have made there. Super. Ooh, can't find the Echo Stomp. And D-Stones, will he zip over for the rune? Dude.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
D-Stones sometimes, I don't know, man. This guy... Yeah, let me not say anything, actually. My storied history with D-Stones doesn't need to continue.
Haste.
Flyby and Poyoyo. Back on top. It's only been the first kill. D-Stones.
making a movement here. They have an observer ward, so they are going to see that this has happened. They've got 2 orbs actually, so they definitely know that this movement is en route. They should be able to just stay safe. D-Stones' haste will expire now. Man, these early Vici gaming wards have actually put in a lot of work. Also, with PYW sticking around here, it does seem like the Elder Titan is in the jungle stacking away for RNG, so they sort of left Lifestealer alone bottom. He's farming some camps, getting some jungle farm before he'll just dip into lane for some few CS here and there. It's a bit more efficient on the map, but it does mean that the added pressure that they could be applying onto the Doombringer, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting that by them bringing these supports up top to ensure that the Ursa has a good game, that RNG would respond by putting more pressure out onto Vici, but they left bottom really. Super's also going to end up dying here inside some power cogs. Is he gone? Yeah, for sure. Ran down by PYW.
Come back. I'll kill you again.
Oh, actually, they were looking for the Avalanche toss combo. Ori regrettably does not have Blink Dagger, so was not able to close the gap in time as needed.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, this game is going marvelously for Vici though. Laning phase went a bit poorly, but now everything's coming back vogue, and they're gonna try to go for another kill, looking for Flyby, who is the big prize, but they'll also settle for the Phoenix. They'll be able to pick up that kill. There is gonna be a stomp onto PYW, Echo Stomp to follow it up as well. An easy kill. Trading support for support in that situation. More heroes were committed from the side of RNG, however, for that. 4 heroes top for them versus the 3 top from the side of Vici. Old 11 still farming bottom. Mid lane being completely monopolized by the Tiny right now. Oh boy. Now we have to try wonder to ourselves. RNG, what is the plan here necessarily? The Storm is getting decent farm. Gonna be going for the early Kaya. Who's gonna break the smoke? They actually see these heroes. Felix Shabba was fortunately as well on the high ground, so you could clearly see who was making the approach, and they have this observer ward, which gets dewarded now. But saw the movement and will keep these heroes alive. Doom is buying a hand of Midas. Okay. The last game that they played with this Doom Midas, they ended up losing. So we'll see if this time around they're actually able to pay the necessary dividends. Yet he is at the top of the farm charts right now, but it's going to be a bit longer before we have useful farm coming in from Old 11. I don't think we've seen the first Doom of the game just yet. The God King can't die if he gets doomed. So I think he should leave this lane. Yeah, I think it's time to leave him. It's a dangerous place to be. He's actually bringing in support though. They want to keep this tower alive at all costs. By any measure necessary. Make sure that the tier 1 does not fall down bottom. Ideally, getting the counter jump onto the Doom would be great, but doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon, as Old 11 is farming a little bit too safely for that. Ori stacking up bottom like he wants to try to get a kill onto the God King. Old 11 was also trying to close the gap, but unfortunately God King got back behind the tier 1 tower. And the issue is that because this Tiny knows, right, what he was trying to do, he was trying to hope for God King. Oh, the hook shot doesn't connect. We'll talk about it in a second as this fight gonna break out here. Damage going back onto this Elder Titan. The Doom will fly out from the Doombringer onto this Lifestealer. We'll see if he's going to be able to do all that much in this fight. Actually went onto the Slaughter, excuse me. Lifestealer can still fight, infest up, just to try to give Slaughter some bonus HP. D-Stone CPs and dragging back PYW. PYW in a lot of trouble, but so is Poyoyo. PYW will eventually die. Poyoyo though isolated behind the tier 1 tower. Maybe not the best place to be, Mr. Erica.
Will they be able to kill him though? D-Stones almost died, but somehow stays alive. They don't actually grab Poyoyo. They don't have the lockdown without the slaughter. So this Ursa runs behind the building, somehow stays alive, and now they're looking like they want to reinitiate. Toss forward, they throw in Poyoyo. Now they get their revenge with the Ursa. Engswa won't be able to trigger onto God King as he did have the rage active, but that means there's no more rage available for the Avalanche. Armlet toggles will not save you forever, my friend, as he does end up taking a tumble. Ursa with a double kill. Fantastic fight there from the side of Vici Gaming. They even drew a buyback out of the Elder Titan and killed him again regardless. RNG just were not fully playing on the same page in that fight. If they were all on the same page with the same idea of what should happen next, for example, after we get that, there was a pretty big echo stomp that the Elder Titan got behind some of the trees in front of the tower. Let me show you where actually, it was right here. Several heroes get stomped up, right? On this part of the fight. And then Storm though, instead of jumping back to the way the rest of his team is and deciding, okay, let me try and get involved with a fight onto Poyoyo. Let's see what I can achieve that side. He stays here, doing God knows what. Well, it's the D-Stones way, what can we say? Top lane. Defense of the tier 1 tower is going to be coming in very strong numbers from the side of Vici. They're bringing everybody here. Poyoyo got the slow out. And there is going to be a jump in. D-Stone just gets eviscerated as soon as he gets to the fight. The Tiny was there with the Avalanche toss. Soulbite now onto both supports on the far side. They are silenced up. Can they do anything? No, they cannot. They've already lost now Phoenix Sabah as well as Super. It's only the God King that stays alive, and even then doesn't seem for that much longer. Forced to use the rage just to run away, but Ori is not having none of it. Ugh. Not close enough. Not close enough. Yo, that diffusal blade from the Ursa. Perfect timing to have that item. Ended up slowing down the lifestealer, forcing him to have to use the initial infest on Slaughter. Storm literally jumped in to die. That was actually kind of hilarious. Like, zipped into an Avalanche toss, then he was sort down. Feels bad. Feels bad. And unfortunately, lifestealer, not really the hero that he used to be, where he could solo carry games. Vici Gaming just have their number in every respect on the side of RNG. These ones? Dude, relax. Yo. Honestly, D-Stones is gonna lose them the game doing this stuff. Needs to calm down. Top, I'm not gonna blame him for what happened in the top lane. He just got really unlucky. Because who would have known that Avalanche Toss would connect as you zip in? It feels bad. They're gonna try to go for a fight now though, because they do have themselves a Blink Dagger on Slaughter. They initiated middle. Can they find this fight? They're looking for this jump onto the Tiny. And they will be able to melt down Ori, and they finally get the kill. That could potentially open up the path to Roshan. No! Why you lag? Dota 2, please! No. Oh gosh, the great firewall, ladies and gentlemen. And my NB comrades. It is what it is. What can you do? Slaughter is gonna end up dying inside some cogs right now. There's gonna be an ET splitter with the real damage coming through. All of them are caught in the cogs on the side of Vici, so they've already lost one. And they had to throw the Doom out onto the Lifestealer to allow them to be able to escape this fight. It's actually to Storm. Oh, double Doom. Soulbind, that's why. I was like, how is that even possible? Double Doom was out, Storm is dead, Felix Shabra will follow, and now Roche is open. They're gonna want to take the tier 1 tower first, especially because they have a siege wagon that they could push with, but they could actually do both. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Little bit unfortunate here. The double Doom, DY, somehow able to ensure that the two targets that should be doomed are the two targets that get caught the Soulbind. Wonderful. We're gonna need Lincoln Spheres, we're gonna need BKBs. Neither seem to be forthcoming anytime soon from the side of RNG, given the game they're having right now. Poyoyo.
He himself is just going to be going into SNY BKB, which I don't mind at all in this match. His damage will come from just being alive. That's the great thing about playing against some of these cores like Lifestealer. You know, if you're just not dying, you're going to win the fight. Best feeling in the world. Don't have to worry about, oh man, is this the correct damage item for this point? Like, damage for who? Just don't die and we're good. Hookshot. Oh, PYW looking for super, and they'll be able to, but not the kill, as PYW will sacrifice his own life for this. DY also in a little bit of trouble. There's going to be a bash from Flyby. Nice zip in from D-Stone to finish off the life. They still want to come in for this though, Vici Gaming. They don't want to give up total control of this area. Tier 1 top though is what RNG are really here for. They get this tower. Here comes the fight back. Super. Immediately gets eviscerated. We see Ori. Oof. Can't find the jump onto D-Stones as the zip was there from the Storm Spirit. And Vici Gaming still maintain the 7k gold lead. A lot of this gold is sitting on the Doom, but Doom has just picked up the BKB. With BKB on Doom, Echo Saber on the Tiny, you potentially want to find a fight and then go into Roshan Pit. Ursa is ready for the Aegis, but RNG definitely don't want to give them the opportunity to snag it up. Flyby blinked away from Poyoyo, the God King. Will just rage, turn around. Dude, it's Ursa, mates. What is happening? There's gonna be a supernova that gets popped down, but it's gonna get destroyed because it's Ursa, mates. Elder Titan Splitter will be there onto 3 heroes. Doom flown out onto the Storm Spirit. They're gonna try to slow him up. They have more than enough damage to get that kill. Super getting zoned back, will die to the Ink Sword damage. They'll also get the power cogs to push back the Flyby Slaughter, and that's gonna be yet another kill that they pick up on the side of Vici Gaming. With 4 heroes that will fallen, once more, God King, the only survivor. The Roshan Pit lies completely open. But what the hell was that fight from RNG? In particular, why was God King like posturing so long there on the high ground? They have to know how far behind they are. I am very surprised RNG decided to take that fight. They used Supernova for it as well. Honestly, dying without using Supernova so you still have it on the respawn would have been better. Oh boy. Oh boy. On the bright side, they get a Nether Shore. That's nice. I guess you give that to D-Stones. Actually, I don't think it matters, honestly. They get jumped here in the mid lane. Enrage up though, and there's going to be a Soulbind. Double silence with the Phantom's Embrace. No support coming in from the rest of Vici. Might cost DY his own life, but lays out an Inkswell to try and delay what may come. And indeed, it's taking too long. He's been able to retreat safely and join his compatriots. God King, can he get this tier 1 and not die is a big question. Flyby, they want to get the jump onto the Doombringer. Old 11 does not have the Doom, but he got that BKB. They turn back onto the Lifestealer. Lifestealer's in a lot of trouble. Sunray going to be healing him up and doing damage onto Doom, and they will be able to find the Doombringer, but it does cost the life of the Lifestealer. At the same time, PYW able to run down the Slaughter as well. With 2 having fallen, the respawn will be there on the Aegis. Poyoyo will return to assist PYW in grabbing his first triple kill of the series. He's able to eliminate Super. D-Stones, this time he's the core that survives the fight. The question is, can he survive indefinitely? He's out of mana, is being ran down. Poyoyo is here, has Diffusal Blade, there's no more TP available. D-Stones, can he get himself away? Ori also wants to find him. Doesn't need to though. Actually he does get the kill. Long range avalanche is what eventually ticks the Storm Spirit over. Oh my goodness. This game is feeling pretty over right now. And RNG just falling slowly more and further behind. PYW, what a hook shot directly onto the Phoenix. Also, is that an Orchid on Clockwork? Are you kidding me? They have this Orchid setting up for the Tiny to come in, burst down the Phoenix. Felix Shaba's gone. Oof. Alright, Ori Tiny. Out here. Oh, and look at this. Guess who they found?
It's our good old pal. Mr. Don't doom me or else I die every fight. What's that? I'm doomed so I die? Okay. Feels bad. Yeah, Vici just... Yo, this timing that they hit. This 15 to 25 has been crazy. Oh my gosh, D-stones, dude. Mate. Mate. But why? But why? But why? I feel like if my lifestealer dies like in this area, I'm just not showing, right? I'm just high ground. I'm just waiting. I'm not gonna get far, but whatever. I'm not gonna die either. Oh boy.
Radiant structures are fortified. Structures are fortified.
Doom is gonna be back online again in like a while, but man, Old 11's had a great series. You know, there were some questionable things that happened in the Vici series, but in this one he's been crispy. Playing some stellar Dota. We see RNG decide to smoke up right now. Head out onto the map to try get themselves back into the game in whatever capacity they can. Flyby is carrying a passenger. This is one of the few times that they have managed to have this. Unfortunately, because Roche is gone, they can't even go for a free quick take. But they are going to find the Ursa. This might be a nice target. And range was popped. Do they have enough damage to even do anything here? He's still alive. Nice jump in onto the back of the fight. There's a soul bind as well onto 2. Slaughter already gone, baby. Phoenix will follow him into the grave. No supernova. Lifestealer now isolated away from his team. It's only D-Stones that's left alive. And he zips away. No mana. RNG realize that they can do nothing and they call GG. Woo! Vici Gaming. 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 They really did the thing. Vici Gaming were out here in this particular matchup. What they were able to do primarily... Oh, man, they just played so quickly. Like, once they got... What was the crucial item? I'd say this Blink Dagger on Tiny, but also Old 11's Blink. Yeah, they just started running at them and never stopped. My god, Poyoyo. I take back what I said about you in the previous game, man. My bad. 13-0-1-9. DY 4-1 and 20. 5-1-10 on the Tiny. Just, honestly, the way that this game was playing out, really did feel like RNG were waiting for an opportunity to still be able to get back into things. That opportunity would just never come. The pace of the game was too fast from the side of Vici. This Ursa Diffusal Blade, right after he got it as well, I think maybe 2 minutes after getting it, before he got like some of the bigger items, even before finishing the Asha, he got a kill onto Lifestealer, which is really big. Very, very game changing. Getting a kill like that. And of course this item proved its worth and its mettle against the Storm Spirit in this game. So Vici continue the trend and have now turned it into a 16-0 streak. 16-0. Wow. RNG, you definitely have to have the spirit of never giving up if you're still going to find yourself having the faith that you'll one day beat Vici Gaming. But that day will not be this day. So congratulations, RNG. Congrats for extending this streak. I'm just playing. Seriously though, Vici Gaming did the most. Game 1 was not the perfect game from them, but the game 2 looked super solid from the side of Vici. So they take the well-deserved 2-0 off the back of that. And with that, that will end I-League for the day. Your boy is going to be done. I'm going to be now going gently into the night until I believe we have games tomorrow. Let me check. Yeah, tomorrow for Star Wars Day we have Elephant versus IG and then Magma versus IG. So IG gets to play out a lot of their matches tomorrow. Day after that, ooh, LGD Asta. Now that's going to be a fun one. So make sure that you are following the channel and make sure that you have notifications enabled so that you know as soon as we go live with the games. But I'm done for now. Thank you so much for being with me over the last several hours. It's been a blast. We've seen some entertaining Dota, if nothing else.
Shout out to everybody who followed for the first time. Special shout out to Megalasma. Shout out to you. You're the latest subscriber of the day. Thank you so much. You're dope. You're cool. I like you. Shout out to Pentar159 also for subscribing today, helping to keep the lights on, helping to keep the gas going. What a champion. What a champion. And of course, I mean, there's actually a lot of people that helped out today. Of course, shout out to River Sobek for the subscription earlier, for the River God. Shout out to Lyrical for the raid, and shout out to Brutal T666 for the cheers. I really do appreciate it, everybody. Thank you so much. And I will be back tomorrow for the final time. If you really did enjoy what you heard, consider supporting in some way. You can become a subscriber through Twitch, get yourself some emotes, get some bonus content, become a patron on Patreon. No emotes on Patreon, unfortunately, but a bit more of a reliable way to support. And of course, you still get access to some bonus content. And last but not least, if all you want to do is like a one-time donation, trust me when I say that even if it's $1, it makes an absolute difference. Last month, actually, I can share with you guys that from last month, well, technically this month, I was able to pay my bills almost purely just off of esports things, which was pretty great. So casting, some tournament work that I did, and yeah, felt pretty good being able to like use that. So yeah, let's keep that kind of train going so that I can be here to give you the Dota that you love and that you deserve. With that, thank you for everything. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.